And I am going to invite Sister Ebele to lead us. Yes, you, Sister Ebele, correct? Yes, that Sister Ebele looking at me right there. Yes, I'm going to invite you to please lead us in a word of prayer as we pray. God bless you.
In Jesus' name, amen. Father, we thank you. We give you all the glory for another wonderful day which you have made, and we will all rejoice in it. Father, we have gathered today to learn from your feet. Father, Lord, we ask that you give us the wisdom that we need. And Lord, we ask that you open our understanding so that we will feed and gain from you today. And Father, Lord, we lift up the speaker that will be speaking to us this morning. That Father, Lord, you will give him the understanding. Father, Lord, you speak through him to us in the name of Jesus. Father, Lord, we ask that at the end of this section, oh Lord, Father, we shall have cause to glorify your name, and our lives and our thinking would have changed. In the name of Jesus Christ, we pray. As we begin this program, in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. Amen. Amen.
Amen. God bless you. God bless you, our darling sister. Thank you so very much for that. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to start off by welcoming everybody to today's session. My name is Pastor Sil. Here we are Friends Parish Kent. We're a member of the Redeemed Christian Church of God Global Network of Churches. It's an honor, a joy, and indeed a blast for you joining us today. Today, we are talking about that swear word that most people do not like, that word that is important. Some people think it's bad. Some people think you shouldn't have enough of it. Some people think have abundance. But the word we're talking about today is money. So today we're going to be talking about money. I'm going to encourage everybody on this call, please, I will encourage you to please make notes. Please, if you must take notes, please do so. I will encourage it. Then as we talk about money over the course of the next hour or so, I'm going to encourage you, please, if you do have any questions, if the question comes straight to you and you are worried that you might forget it, just type it into the chat so that we can see it, because we're going to go through the chat and pick up every question from there. But other than that, if you can hold your questions till the end, that will be brilliant. So that ensures that we cover the circumference, the scope of what we're going to be talking about today. And there's going to be live sessions, there's going to be diagrams, there is going to be examples. So please, this is an opportunity to ask anything you want to about money. A very good question I'm expecting somebody to ask is, how can I be a millionaire and how long is it going to take me to do so? We are going to answer that question today, and you're going to see it with live data that it is possible and stuff. How do I keep my money? What do I do with money? How do I make money? So we're going to answer all that questions today. So before I invite the speaker on, I'm going to like to ask my first question of the day. And this is for everybody listening to me. This is the icebreaker session, and it's going to be a question I would like to ask everyone. So, and I want everybody to please respond so I know that people are online. I want you to type your answers into the group, into the chat. If you're on Twitter and you want to put an handle to this on Twitter, just please use the handle hashtag Friends Parish Money. All right, just do hashtag FP Money, and then make that the hashtag. Make that your handle if you want to do that today. But please, I'm going to ask everyone a question right now, and I want everyone to think about this question and type your answer in the chat below. And we're going to come back to it later. So the question for today, the question I want everybody to meditate on, to think about is, which would you choose? Which, if I were to offer you £1 million today, or I give you 1p that multiplies, that doubles itself every day for only 30 days. Which would you choose? £1 million today, or I give you 1p that doubles itself every day for only 30 days. Which of the options would you choose? So, ladies and gentlemen, feel free to type your answer into the board, into the chat. Remember that there are no right or wrong answers. They are just preferences, and whatever you choose tells a lot about you as an individual. So there is no wrong answer. It's just different people have got different ways of processing funds, of processing money. Now, so I'm going to say, let me say the question one more time. The question is very simple. Which would you choose, A or B, the blue pill or the red pill? If on my left hand, I offer you £1 million cash today, tax-free today, or I give you 1p that doubles itself every day for only 30 days. So not forever, only 30 days. Which option would you choose? So pick your answers, ladies and gentlemen, and then we will come back to address this question later on during our talk. And like I said, there is no right or wrong answer. Whichever option you choose only tells us about how you process what is more valuable to you in terms of money. So with that icebreaker out of the way, I'm now going to introduce our speaker for today. He's one of our brothers. We love him really very much. He's one of us. He's an absolute amazing dude. Some people say that he can eat his own body weight in African food, especially the swallow types. So without any further ado, I would like to introduce Brother Real One Mulero to please step forward and lead us in today's session. God bless you.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Pastor, and thank you everyone for joining us today for our talk. You know, let's talk about money. It's a topic not a lot of people like to talk about, essentially. And the funny thing is, actually, the more you talk about it, the more comfortable you become, and the more you sort of understand what sort of instruments there are available to you and how you can put yourself in a better position financially. I think the less we try to, talk about it, the more difficult it becomes. So let us, go straight into, the topic for today. So essentially, the format for today is essentially going to be, first, we're going to talk about savings, because before you make more money, you need to, save. You need to get into a habit of saving. You need to, build up different strategies that suits you, because everyone's different. There's no one strategy fits all. So the same way I save is different to the way Sister Ngozi saves, the way Pastor saves, etc. So this is gonna, this session should give you an idea of what sort of strategies are out there and why it's important. And then after that, we're going to move on to pensions. We're going to talk about pensions, the importance of saving for retirement, and what sort of pension pots are out there, and what kind of things you can do with your pension money and what are the benefits. And then after pensions, we're going to talk about investment. So this is how we put our money to work, how we make our money make more money for us, essentially. Because a lot of people think, when you save, you're making money because of interest. However, we're gonna talk today how you can make even more money than putting your money just in a bank or a normal saving account. And we're gonna go through real world practical examples, and how you do it. We're not just gonna talk about it, we're actually gonna do it together today. And then finally, we're going to talk about financial statements. So how do you know what investments to make? How do you know which business to put your money in? How do you know, should I buy Coca-Cola? Should I buy Pepsi? Should I buy Amazon? How do you decide, like, what makes a great investor and what makes a poor investor? And how do you minimize your level of risk? So the first slide will be talking about why it's important. So why is it important to save? Because we all know what savings is. I'm not gonna give us a definition of what savings is, but we're gonna dive straight into why it's important. So first slide, please. So why is it important to save? So these are all my personal opinions, and so you might even have additional things to add. But my first reason is that it definitely reduces financial stress, because when you have a cushion to sort of move around with every month, you're always worrying less about money. You're not stressing when you're going to pay your next bill or your next when your next rent payment is due. You're just always, your head is always above water, we should say. And I think financial stress is a real thing. A lot of people day-to-day stress is, let's be honest, is to do with money. and having that pot of saving really helps. And then also unexpected household cost or major life event. You never know what life is going to throw at you. And a perfect example of this was, for example, my brother and his wife were on holiday, and all of a sudden their boiler broke. And he messaged me. He was like, "Oh, my boiler broke. We have to fix this." Da, da, da. And things, a boiler costs. We all know how much a boiler costs. They're expensive items. They're like over £1,000. And glory be to God, he had savings to be able to overcome that unexpected household cost or major life event. And this could be anything. This could be whether it's birthdays, family bereavements, anything. So you never know what life is going to throw at you. So it's always good to have that cushion. And thirdly, saving for investing as well. It's important. Before you can even think about investing, you need to have savings. And it doesn't mean throwing all your savings in an investment vehicle, whether that's real estate or stocks. You need to be able to divide accordingly what you can afford to invest. And it's never a good idea to invest all your savings, because you need a rainy day fund. You need some sort of room to maneuver. So before you even think about investing, you definitely need to have savings. And then the fourth point is compound interest. So a lot of people don't know that when you invest your money, for example, if you put £1,000 in a bank, and let's say the interest was 10%, so 10% a year, so you get back £100. So after the first year, you get back £1,100. But because of compound interest, that £1,100 you have in year two, when you start saving again, you get interest on top of your initial £1,000 deposit, and interest on top of your £100 that you got in year one. So you're getting interest on 1,100 in year two, if that makes sense. So that's a way of how money makes money. So rather than getting £100 every year, now you're going to be getting £110 in the second year. So as you see, your money starts to grow the longer you leave it, because it's gaining interest on the deposit, and it's also gaining interest on the interest. So it's just forever. It's just forever. It's going on forever, and it's essentially the great thing about saving. And lastly, avoid borrowing as well through the bank and misuse of credit cards. So for some people, because they don't have a rainy day fund, they tend to use their credit cards and overdrafts that they get from the bank to use as a rainy day fund. And essentially the downside of this is that you are liable to fees from credit cards, and credit card fees can vary. They can be as high as 25%. And if you're just borrowing money for an emergency, and you're having to pay back 25%, let's say, on top of what you've already borrowed, you're essentially putting yourself in a cycle of living paycheck to paycheck, because it can take you many months, or even some people years, to pay back that credit card. And if you don't have good spending habits or good money management skills, I certainly wouldn't advise you to use a credit card. But a credit card has many benefits. The benefits outweigh the downside of things, if you know how to use it properly. And also overdraft bank fees as well. Unless you're a student, I wouldn't recommend you to go into your overdraft, because students get let's say up to £500 overdraft, without a fee. So they're not liable to anything. They don't have to pay anything. So it's advisable in this case. But if you're an adult, outside of education or above the age of 21, your bank will charge you interest on money that you overdraw on. So I wouldn't, by having savings, you're avoiding having to go to your bank to ask for an overdraft. You're avoiding relying on credit cards. You're avoiding these two things. And this essentially will enhance your financial freedom as you go forward. So now that we've talked about the importance of saving, let's talk about the type of savings accounts and what sort of habits as well that we can follow as a collective. So next slide. So these are the savings must knows, as I've called them. So they are essentially, in the UK specifically, there are many different types of saving accounts, but these are the most common ones. These are the ones that you hear people talking about a lot. And we've got easy access savings account, and we've got fixed savings accounts. So fixed savings account specifically is basically where you and your bank essentially come to an agreement saying, okay, I'll give you £1,000, and I want to fix this. I want the rate to be fixed for, let's say, 1% or 2% for a period of time. That period of time could be 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years. That's totally dependent on you. If you need the money, and if you know you don't need the money for another year, then you're comfortable with fixing your savings account for a year. And generally, the longer you fix, the higher the rate is. So let's say if you fix for 5 years, because you're essentially guaranteeing the bank, a pool of money for a prolonged amount of time, they're comfortable with giving you more money back essentially. And the downside of these savings, however, is that you can't withdraw from them. So let's say you invest £10,000 for 4 or 5 years. You don't have access to that £10,000 for that period, and so you need to be very sure that you don't need access to that money. And then we also have easy access savings. So this is basically a savings account where you can withdraw money from at any point. There's ones called instant savings accounts. So they're very low in terms of interest. They're like 0.25. You don't put your money in there to gain, let's say, large amounts of interest. You just put your money in there to sort of get yourself through, let's just say. Sorry, just bear with me. I need to grab my laptop charger. Just bear with me before my laptop dies on me.
Well, I guess you didn't save enough battery.
There we go. Schoolboy error.
That is a mean one.
You got told, Rowan. You just got told.
Who told me off there?
You didn't
My own brother.
enough battery.
All right. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, just before Brother Rewan continues, one thing I will encourage everyone to take note of right now are those percentage interests. So what's one of the decision makers as to whether you should put your money in a savings account and what kind of savings account. Two things to always look out for is first thing to consider is how often or when would you need this money. If you're not going to need the money in the next 5 years, then already narrows what kind of account to put it in. But then also think about the interest you get on it. The percentage interest is very, very valuable. So for those who are making notes, just write down the name of the type of fund that is spoken about, or account or whatnot, and make a note of the annual interest rate. That is by what percentage your money would have grown. These are the key things I will encourage everyone to make a note of as we go through. Because later on, when we now pull it all together, you can now calculate and now visualize by what rate your money will grow and what is the best money management tool for you. Because there's a few more to go through. Okay, so I just thought I'd chip that in for those who have got a notepad and a pen. And then at the end of all this, there are some book recommendations I am going to make so that you can read up a bit more about some of these things. But just to whet your appetites. So, Brother Mulero, Rewan, are you back?
Yeah, all good now. Thanks a lot. Yeah, sorry about that. So, as I was saying before, so we have these, two easy access accounts and fixed savings account. So, in terms of percentage-wise, because Pastor just mentioned percentages, so easy access accounts generally give you about, let's say, between 0.1 and 0.2%. in terms of interest. And fixed savings account, because they're more longer term, the banks can afford to give you a higher percentage because they're essentially going to invest your money in other things and make money from it whilst you've saved for, let's say, a year or 2 or 3 years. Essentially how the banks make money is they take all our money, all our deposits, and they pay you 1%, but then they borrow the money to someone else at a rate of, let's say, 3-4%. And that difference in interest, that's how they make their money. And that's why banks are so profitable. So the rates are very low at the moment because the Bank of England sets the interest rates. And the Bank of England's rates right now are 0.1%. And the reason why they are so low is at the moment we are currently in a recession. It hasn't been confirmed yet, but we know that in our current economical climate, we are in a deep recession. And the reason why the interest rates are low is the government or the Bank of England, they want people to borrow money. They want to encourage consumer spending. That's what it's called. So essentially that's why the rates are so low. So it's not a great time to be a saver, if I'm honest, because you're basically better off putting the money under your bed, essentially. And moving on, we have a thing in the UK called cash ISAs. So cash ISAs are an ISA is an individual savings account. So essentially what that is just your own personal savings account, and it's linked to your NI number. So everyone in the UK has an NI number. So your tax-free savings allowance is £20,000 as of this year. So everyone in the UK can save up to £20,000 every year without the taxman touching any of it. Because in the UK, if you earn more than £1,000 in cash interest every year, you're liable to tax. As we know, the government wants a hand, in everything that we make. So by putting your money in these cash ISAs over a prolonged amount of time, you're essentially avoiding paying tax. For example, to earn 1,000 in interest a year, you need £50,000 in savings. But a lot of people might think, oh, I don't have £50,000 in savings. But if you start today, or let's say in the future, when you do have that amount of savings, you're going to be liable to pay tax. So cash ISA is definitely a good way of avoiding that tax penalty. And also, your tax-free savings refreshes every tax year. And then finally, we also have one of my favorites, which is called a lifetime saving ISA. So this is specific to anyone in between the age of 18 and 40. So so you can open the account if you're over 18 and if you're under 40, just to clarify. So, and it's for two specific it's for two specific reasons you have this account. So you either have this account if you're a first-time buyer, if you don't own a property currently and you're looking to own a property, and you want to get help to sort of add to your savings. There's this thing called LISA where the government pays 25% of everything that you put in, and you also get an interest of whatever percentage. At the moment, I'm with this company called Moneybox, which I've put on here. So every time I deposit money in, I get a 25% government bonus back, and I get 1.25% interest. So I can either use this to buy my first property, or I can use this for retirement. So you have access to this money at the age of 60, I believe. Yeah. So when you're 60, you can have access to this money. And the great thing about this is, let's say if you start today and you put £4,000 a year, so that means you're getting back £1,000 from the government as a bonus, and then you're also getting 1.25%. So by the time you've done that for 33 years, you've already got 33,000 from the government ready as a bonus-free money. You can either use that for retirement, or you can buy your property. So it's a very good way. And the good thing, it scares a lot of people as well, because they think you have to max out and reach that 4,000 a year goal. even if you meet £2,000 a year, the government are gonna give you a bonus of £500. So there's no need to think, oh, I need to make, £4,000 every year, because that equates to about £333 a month. So you don't have to save £333 a month to meet that 4,000. You can do less, let's just say. So moving forward, we've got saving habits. So a good saving, I'd say everyone has different habits, but for me, these ones are quite important. I mean, if you don't have a habit of saving already, I think you can start with as little as 10% of your salary. So this is your net salary, your salary after all your deductions. So start with as little as 10%. It's a good way to start, and it's certainly will help you get into a habit of growing your savings or your contribution. And then also the second one, which is very important, it's a standing order, which will take a specific amount of your income every month. So the same way that we have, let's say, direct debits taken out, we have gym memberships, we have our utility bills. We can set up a standing order, which is basically us telling our bank or another bank to take a specific amount every month. That specific amount can be 10%. So if you earn £1,000 a month after tax, you can ask whatever bank you have your savings with to take £100 a month. So even before you look at your salary, that £100 is already gone. You don't even have to move it yourself, and you just for that month you deal with what you have, which is £900. So this is a very good way. And also budget. It sounds very simple. You would think everyone budgets, and even when you do budget, you need to allow some slack in your budget, because even when I budget, something unexpected might come in that month, and my expenses all of a sudden goes up by, I don't know, £200. It's something that I didn't account for at the start of the month, but having a budget and allowing my budget to have some slack allows me to mitigate that risk of me running out of money that month. So it's always good. And this essentially is basically your disposable income. So your income less savings. So what a lot of people tend to do is they get paid, and then they pay their bills, their rent, because we need a roof over our head, but they forget about their savings. But my approach, and a lot of people in the finance world's approach, is that you deduct your savings first before you deduct your expenses. By doing this, you know that what you're left with after deducting these two things is your disposable income. And you can use this for entertainment, whatever, going out, buying yourself new hair, whatever you want to do with your money. That's your disposable income. And you've done the two most important things already, which is savings and your expenses. And then the fourth point is rounding up the pennies and creating saving pots. So this might not make a lot of sense to some people, but there's these fintech companies, we like to call them, they're essentially e-commerce banks. So basically they're a bank that operate online. So they don't have retail stores like your TSB, Barclays, or HSBC. You literally, their only presence is online, so you can't physically go and see them. And they are able to offer you different tools that our retail banks, our typical retail banks, don't offer us. And one of the tools that they offer is things like rounding up the pennies. So for example, if you spend 80p in, let's say, Sainsbury's, Monzo would actually round up that 80p you've just spent to £1. So that 20p would go into your savings pot. So every time you're buying stuff, you think, oh, I spent 10p, it'll take 90p into your savings. This is a very good way to build up your savings as well, because at the end of the month, by the time you know it, you've got 30, 40 pounds or 20 pounds of just pennies that you've rounded that you didn't even know about. And another thing you can do on Monzo is create saving pots. So whether you're saving for a house, for, to buy your children, your child a bike, or whatever it is you're saving for, you can create a pot specific for that savings goal. And I think the last point we've talked about already, don't spend more than you make. It sounds simple, but it's because, you know, life throws so many things at us. We don't really know what can come next. So, you know, there can be months where you do spend more than you make because of an unexpected life challenge or whatever. So this is why it's good to have a savings, so that, you know, you can mitigate these things. And then next slide, please. So now that we've talked about savings and the importance of it and the type of different savings accounts they are available, now we're going to talk about pensions. So this is a topic for me, especially when I was younger. I didn't really take pension seriously because I was thinking, oh, I'm young, I don't need a pension, I'm not going to retire anytime soon. Why do I need to put money away, you know, in a pension? And, you know, now that I'm a lot older, you know, and I've been working in the financial industry, I see the importance of having a pension, and I'm almost kicking myself that I didn't really start earlier. And essentially what a pension is, you know, it's a long-term savings, that's, you know, a long-term saving plan that is basically also a tax relief. So it's basically a pool of money that is generated during your working years, which grows over time. So it can either grow through compound interest, so that's just by putting it and letting it grow through compound interest year on year, or it can be grown through the stock market. So we're going to talk about the stock market a bit later on. So these are two ways your pension pot can grow. And essentially, you know, your pension pot is basically taken from your net income. So what this means is that, you know, after your pension is taken from your gross income. So this is your income before any deductions. So this is why it's a tax relief. So your pension, so let's say you earn £2,000 a month, and, you know, that's your pre-tax income, or your gross income, I should say. So your pension gets taken out of that £2,000. So essentially you are going to be, let's say your pension is £100 a month. You're only going to be liable to pay tax on £1,900 a month, not the 2,000. So you're saving £100 in terms of tax liability. And that money goes into, you know, the stock market, or it can go into, you know, bonds, index funds, or even a SIP, for example. You can manage your own pension funds. And then your net income, as you can see, your net income is your take-home salary, essentially. So this is the money you receive in your bank account after all these deductions. So your pensions would have been deducted, your NI contribution, and your tax liability. So that's your net income. And that's essentially why a lot of people see pensions as a good way of passively investing for the future, because you don't see the money after. And the benefits, so there are many benefits actually of pension. So the first one's a bit obvious. So you're saving for your future retirement. And, you know, essentially when you get to a certain age in this country, after working for 30 years, you are entitled to what is called a state pension. But by having your own private pension, you're essentially saving, you're adding to that pot, that state pension pot that the government are going to give you. And this is a good way to sort of maximize your, let's say, income during retirement. And also the second one is, you know, financial freedom. It's, you know, if you, let's say you're putting away a large percentage of your gross income in a pension fund, you know, you can essentially retire earlier, because you don't have to wait till when the government says the age of 66, because you can retire an earlier date, because you've got your private pension, which will be paying you on a weekly or monthly basis. However, you know, you decide you want to get that money. And also, as we mentioned before, it reduces your tax liability because it's taken out before your taxable income. And also, another great thing about pension is that you can actually withdraw a large lump sum of it as well. So when you get to a certain age, so the age of, I think I was looking at a few pension companies, and by the time you get to 55, you can withdraw a large sum of it, tax-free as well. So let's say you've been working 30 years of your life and your pension pot is, let's say, around 200,000 pounds, and they say you can withdraw 25% of it. That's 50,000 pounds tax-free cash for you. I'm sure we can all do with that sum of money during our retirement. And this is one of the great things about pension, and a lot of people don't know this as well, because they see it as they're putting money away that they probably think they need right now. But if they stay invested in the market or for, let's say, 30 years, the potential returns are far greater than what you can do today, because 20-30 pounds that you're going to spend today, and in comparison to what you can earn in 30 years time, will be a lot greater. And then the next slide is a bit more specific to UK pensions. So the current retirement age for men and women in the UK is 66. And funny enough, women were able to retire before earlier. I think the gap was 1 year between men and women. But now, essentially, the trend is that women and men essentially have to retire at the same age. And I was quite surprised to find this out myself, because I've always thought in my head, women retire earlier. But clearly, that's not the case. So, and as well, I'd advise everyone that's interested in finding out more about pensions to check your retirement age, because it's different for if you're born within a certain window. So someone that's looking to retire, let's say in the next, by this year, for example, your retirement age is 66. This retirement age can go up, every decade or so, because people are living longer. Life expectancy is getting much higher. People are living past, I think the UK's life expectancy is 80. So the longer people are living, the higher this retirement age is going to go, because we're considered fit to work, and we don't need our retirement money till a later age. And as you can see, by the time I get to my pension age, it's going to be 68 for me. So it's just going to keep getting higher. And so if you want to know your retirement age, go on the gov.co.uk website. We can talk about this after, but you can definitely check your retirement age there. And also, there are two types of pension. So as mentioned before, there's the state pension, which is provided by the government, and then there's the workplace pension. So the state pension, to be eligible for a state pension, this is very important to note as well. You need to have worked in the UK for 30 years and contribute to NI. So a lot of people, and I've come across clients and in the past where they've, let's say, moved from, use my country as an example, Nigeria, let's say 10, 15 years ago, but because they haven't worked in the country for 30 years, they're essentially not eligible to state pension. So what they have to do is contribute to that 15 years that they've missed. Let's say they've only worked in the UK for 15 years. They have to contribute 15 years worth of pension to catch up, so they're able to get state pension. So this is a way the government tries to ensure that people are not misusing public funds. So they essentially only want to pay pension to people who have worked in the UK for that period amount of time. So that's the state pension. And currently the full state pension is £134 a week. So this is what the government will give you every week once you reach the age of 66. And this could even go up to as high as 175 a week, depending on your marriage, your status as well. If you're married, if you've got kids, there's different types of ways of increasing your pension. Which we can go into more details at a later date. And the other types of pension is workplace pension. So basically, this is essentially where yourself and your employers contribute to your pension pot. So every employer, or most employers, should I say, has a workplace pension in place. So my current employers, we have a pension agreement with a company called Standard Life. So every month I put, a percentage of my salary into that pension pot. And essentially what my employers do is they can do two things. They can either match it, or they can double my contributions. So check with your employers about their pension schemes. Most established companies have an employment a pension scheme. So check with them. And also, there's a minimum contribution of your salary that your employers have to contribute, which is 3%. So regardless of whatever they might say, this is the law, we can't change the law. Find out what percentage they're contributing into. And a lot of employers, they like to double the contribution, because this is part of the employee benefits. It will increase your morale. They'll appear in things like, best 100 companies to work for in The Guardian or something like that. So it sort of increases their talent acquisitions by having all these benefits in place. So definitely check with your pension providers. And then also, if your employers don't have a pension scheme as well, you can actually create your own pension scheme. The only thing different is that you might not they can contribute that to the minimum, which is 3% by law. They can contribute into your own pension pot, because a lot of employers, they don't have a large employee base. Like, for example, if you have only 10 employees, you're a business owner, you only have 10 employees, it might not be worthwhile for you to actually have a pension pot. You tell everyone to have their own private pension, and you contribute the minimum, the 3% the government requires. And it's also good for businesses as well, because let's say a business makes £100,000 a year after net profit. By them paying into our pension pots, they're essentially reducing their tax liability. They're reducing the amount they have to pay in tax. So companies like to pay into our pensions, because it's essentially they're saving money from it as well. And also, there's two ways you can manage a pension pot. So you can either put your pension in a pension investment company, and they'll the investment managers, they'll manage the portfolio for you. So they can manage that portfolio for you, or you can manage it yourself. So essentially what you can do is you can open up a SIP, which is a self-invested personal pension. So this is where you can you decide how you spend your pension money. Like, the only thing about a pension is that the money that you make within your pension account, you can't withdraw out until you retire, which is, you get some of that money at the age of 55, like we mentioned, but we know the retirement age is 66. So you can decide to open a SIP, so buy the companies that you want. So whether it's Apple stocks that you want, Coca-Cola, you name it, Amazon, whatever you want to spend your money on, whatever company you think is going to be around when you retire, and and is going to provide you with good capital appreciation and profits, then certainly invest your money in that. Or if you want sort of less risk, you can let the pension company manage your portfolio for you. So yeah, moving on. I think the essential message with pensions, is that we know that looking at the figure, £134 a week is it's unsustainable at the age of, let's say, 66. It's unsustainable just to rely on that state pension, because you're essentially limiting yourself to what you can do in your retirement. And for me, retirement is the time for me to sort of enjoy my years of hard work, and sort of enjoy the fruits of my labor. And I don't want to be restricted to just £134 a week. And also, we don't know what the government is going to do. This amount might go up or down in future. We don't know what the state of the economy is going to be like when we retire. So we are really, we're putting ourselves in a good position by having a private pension as well. And you know, these are, you know, this is why it's important to have both in place. And also, one thing I forgot to mention about pensions: if you're not managing your own pensions, you can pick your level of risk. So if, let's say, you want to pick, you're quite risk adverse, you don't want to risk all the money you put into your pension pot, you're going to choose a low investment risk portfolio. Or if you're quite, you're risk taking, you want to double your money, triple your money, quadruple your money, then you'd go for the highest risk. You go, let's say, 0.5. A lot of companies have a level 1 to 5 scale where you could pick where you sort of see yourself fit. And obviously, the higher the risk, the higher the returns. High risk, high rewards, and also the lower your risk, the lower your returns are going to be. And so you essentially have to weigh that yourself. And we all have different attitudes towards risk. Next slide, please.
Sorry, just before you go, I think one of the benefits on pensions, I think you mentioned regarding having a personal pension. I think one of the benefits of having this, it's not just for saving purposes. It's also the fact that you're aware of your savings, you're aware of what your pension is and whatnot. I mean, take for example, the first company I actually worked for in the UK, I didn't actually know that I had a pension with them. And for example, like a lot, if you're going to be changing jobs in the future, so a lot of all our employers, they all have their own companies that they use for our pensions. So for example, if you've changed, like, I don't know, like jobs like 2 to 3 times in the past, so technically you might have pension, you might have your pension sitting with like 2 to 3 different companies, for example. So hence why, it's always good to have like a personal pension, because with a personal pension, like a SIP, you can basically decide to pull all your pensions from all these different companies that has been invested in, and put everything together into one place. Then that kind of give you like a oversight, management of all your portfolio, rather than, some people, I've met some people that have, that they've got like pension everywhere, and they're not even aware of it, where their pension is. Yeah. So it's always good as well, like if you're going to be changing jobs in the future, to always make sure you're aware of where your pension is, and you can actually pull everything into one place.
Thank you very much, Brother Malera. Yeah, that's a very good point as well, because there are a lot of us have had different jobs in the past, and we've had several employers. There's actually companies out there that can pull they can do the legwork for you. They can go and find out all your different pension pots and pull it all into one sort of pot, and then you can decide what you want to do with it, whether you want to manage it yourself or put it with a company to manage for you. So that's a very, very good point. So definitely look at all your employees, see if you have any pensions with them available. But yeah, cool. So
just one more thing. Can I just chip something in there for everybody's benefit as well? Yes, you're very right. There are companies that can do the legwork for you, but they charge you for that service.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Service. And usually these companies fall into either of 2 bands. Some will charge you a fixed fee to go and get and do a scan for everywhere you've ever worked ever, okay, and get all your pensions. And then some other companies will charge you a percentage of the collection of your pensions. Now, particularly, I want to advise everybody to stay away from those kind of companies. You see them online, they will tell you that they can get you all of your pensions in 30 days and whatnot, but usually they will charge you an admin fee, and then they will also charge you a percentage. So they might say that 1% of the value of your pensions is their commission. Now, and in the case that if you've been working in the United Kingdom for very many years and you've changed jobs multiple times, and all these companies have been investing for you, the value of your pension could be £50,000, and they will charge you 1% of that, which is $5,000. So some of the companies work like that. Now, on the other hand, if you go onto DirectGov website, the DirectGov UK website, they have a pension, Find My Pension option there for you, and they will do it for you for free. The only problem with DirectGov is they will ask you for the names of every single company you've worked for and the period in which you worked for them. So you would have to, go back, maybe go by your resume and get the names of all the companies you worked for and the period. If you give that information to DirectGov, they will help you get all of your pensions for you. They'll get you the list of all the companies where your pensions are, and then you can then contact them and get them to consolidate it. So you can do it the free way, but that will take some time, okay? On the other hand, you can pay these companies that will go off and go and do all the legwork for you, but they will charge. So it's not a free service. And then one more thing I just want to add on pensions. Every company has been mandated, it's for every business has been mandated that they must offer a workplace pension for all of the employees. It didn't used to be mandatory, but now it is mandatory. So every single company would have a workplace pension for you. Okay, so I just thought I'd chip those 2 little points in.
Cool. Thanks a lot, Pastor. Thank you. Right. So now that we've covered savings and pensions, and it's rightly so, we're now going to move on to investments. So investments, cool. So by definition, an investment is an asset or an item that you acquire with the goal of generating income or appreciation. So essentially what this is, you buy something for £10 today, in 5 years time, you're hoping that, that investment would have grown or appreciated to, let's say, I don't know, £100. So that's in a nutshell, that's what an investment is. But it's a lot more complicated than that, and we'll get into how so. So it's essentially putting your money into work, because rather than saving currently, because we know that the Bank of England interest rate is 0.1%. So you're not going to get a good return on investment. So essentially what you can do is you can invest your money in other things, and these other things could vary. It could be real estate, it could be in stocks and shares, and we will get into all of that later on. And you're basically buying an asset or something of value that you think it's going to be worth more in the future, and you have to pick what degree of risk that you want. Everyone has different risk appetite, and we all some of us might want to take a lot of risk and some might not want to take any risk at all. And your risk appetite is linked with your age. For example, someone who is close to retirement might not want to, take a lot of risk because they know they're going to need, that money, that pool of money in years to come. Whereas me, that I'm 24 years old, I can afford to take a lot of risk right now because my investments have 30 years to recover, or 10 years or 20 years. I don't need my, money that I've invested now in anytime soon anyway, because I've already divided my, my pensions, as we mentioned, my savings and investments. So we're going to talk later about how you can divide sort of your your savings and investments. But essentially, risk is linked with age and your risk appetite. And the common types of investments is financial markets. So basically, a financial market is a market which enables investors. So an investor could be any one of us. So it enables any one of us to buy and sell shares of publicly traded companies. So a publicly traded company is a company who has offered ownership of its business to the public, essentially. So for example, companies that we see on a day-to-day basis, like Amazon and Apple, these are all tech stocks. So they've made themselves public to everyone, so they can so we can own a piece of that company. And essentially what they're doing is they're giving you a percentage stake in their company. And this doesn't have to be small. You don't need to earn 10% of in Amazon to increase or to sort of increase your value of that investment. So it's very important to know that you don't need a lot of money to invest. Let's just say you can invest £10 in Amazon. You can buy fractional shares. You don't need to You don't need to buy the full price of that actual stock. So a stock itself is an investment. So it's when you purchase a company stock. So you're purchasing a small piece of that company. So that small piece that you're buying is essentially a share. And bonds are basically loans. So basically there's two types of bonds. There's government bonds and then there's corporate bonds. So corporate bonds are to businesses and government bonds are to obviously the government. So it's essentially you're borrowing companies or the government money to fund a project, for example, and they're basically, you know, promising you to pay you back, let's say in a year or two's time. They can, you know, I think the bond rate right now is about 3.2% or something like that. So if you borrow, let's say we borrow Tesco £1,000 in bonds, you know, they'll give us back £32 at the end of the year. If the bond term is 1 year, that's what they'll give us. If it's 2 years, it'll be slightly more because of compound interest. So interest is a very important thing if you're going to look at savings and bonds, because, you know, it's your money is essentially going to be making more money. And then also we have credits. So this is essentially when we are borrowing, you know, loans to people or buying bonds. So they're essentially quite similar. And then we also have assets. So assets are, you know, things like commodities. So you can actually buy sugar, you can buy oil, you can buy anything that moves, you know. I'm sure you can buy salt, you can buy silver, gold, whatever you want to buy, any commodity out there, you name it, you can buy it, you can trade it. So as we all know, the price of oil at the moment is at, you know, one of its all-time low, because there's not a lot of demand right now, not a lot of cars on the road, there's no airplanes flying, you know, so there's not a lot of demand for oil. So what that means is the price of oil has dropped to, you know, its all-time low. I'm sure a lot of us that drive will know that it's very, you know, it's really cheap right now to put petrol on your car. So people trade all of these things. They buy and sell oil on a day-to-day basis. They buy and sell these commodities, whether it's gold. And then also another common type of investment is real estate. So the good thing about real estate is that you can grow your money in two ways. You can grow your money either through income, so rental income, or you can grow your money through capital appreciation. So rental income is very common, really. Everybody has to pay rent, or you either have a mortgage to pay for. So what you're essentially doing is, if let's say I'm an investor and I buy a house for £200,000, and I rent it out to somebody, that rental income, that investment in that house of £200,000 that I've made, I'll be getting back the rental income, which could be 10 grand a year. That's income for me, and it's also liable to tax. And also we have capital appreciation. As we know, the value of houses goes up almost every year. But we have to be careful with saying this, because we are in a recession at the moment. So the value of houses don't always go up as people think. People always think, oh yeah, let me buy a piece of land. In 5 years' time, I can double my money, or I can make money off it and sell it. And a lot of people, I think they call it, they call it flipping houses or something. So a lot of people, buy a house on auction. They'll, build a house that has not, that's not up to standard. They'll, do it up and then sell it on. But you have to be careful with this, because we're in, unprecedented times. A lot of things are uncertain right now, and the real estate market would have taken a hit because there's not as much demand for houses right now. And people, I know before, government was encouraging people not to move houses. So it impacted the house prices a lot. And another thing to note on real estate is that there's other vehicles you can invest in real estate. You don't have to, pay a 10% deposit, which I think it is now for residential mortgage, or 5%, 10% for a residential mortgage. You don't actually, there's other vehicles of investing in real estate, which we'll discuss later. Anyway, so let's move on. to the next. So what are the benefits of investing? What are the benefits? Let's have a look. So as I've mentioned, the first, so these are my main benefits. So there could be more. I'm sure I'll be happy for someone else to chip in if you believe there are more. But these are my own personal benefits and benefits that I've experienced as well. So the first one is capital appreciation. So essentially, the easiest way to show this is probably through a graph. So if I go on to the next graph and show you the first benefit. So right now we are looking at the share price of Amazon. So if we look at this graph, the graph on the left, I'm not sure, can everybody see the graph on the left? So there's two, can everyone see the graph clearly?
Yes, we can.
Yep. Cool. So yeah, the graph on the left shows the price of Amazon in 2010. So I took a snippet of the price of Amazon in 2010. So the 23rd of May, which is today, the price of Amazon, if to buy one stock or one share of Apple stocks, it was £125.46. So at the time, as we all know, Amazon, all they were doing was just selling books. That's all they done. They just sold books. They weren't doing all the stuff that they're doing now. But when we look at the second graph on the right, you can now see, as of 2 days ago, when I was looking at this, Amazon's price is now $2,436. So something that was worth $125 in 10 years ago is now worth 2,436 years. So when, in 10 years ago, I was 14. I didn't know about Amazon. I wasn't thinking about investing. I probably didn't have $125 to put in, to buy a share of Amazon, because, you just don't know these things until you're exposed to it, let's just say. So essentially, if you had bought one share of Amazon back in 2010, you would have made $2,300 off that one share. And, you can sell that and that becomes your cash today. So that's capital appreciation. That's essentially what capital appreciation. So the value of, something 10 years ago is now worth more, because as we know, Amazon is doing a lot more things now. You can buy anything, you name it, you can buy. I don't even know where to start. You can buy absolutely anything from Amazon. So it's just crazy. And when we put it into perspective, if I had bought 5 of those stocks in 2010, in May 2010 for $1,250, and I sold it today, 2 days ago, that would have been $12,180. So that's just $1,250 you left there 10 years ago. You didn't look at it, you didn't worry about it, but you done your research, you know that Amazon's growing, they're doing other things. I think now they're even talking about delivering goods to our house through drones and stuff like that. So we don't know what they're going to be capable of. And we need to understand that companies have a lot of data on us. They have a lot of our spending habits. They know what we what we research on the internet. And Amazon has a lot of power in terms of the information that they have. So they can use this to their benefit. So you'd be surprised when you're talking about certain things, all of a sudden it pops up on your phone. So these are the kind of ways, when you're searching for stuff on Google, all of a sudden you look everywhere, it's popping up in your face. And this is, ways that they, use to market and grow their business. These are their marketing strategies. And just to put that in perspective, if you bought 10 as well, that would be 24,000. And I put a note here. Essentially, this is how, the rich get richer and stay rich. What essentially they're doing is, they're buying things and they're sort of leaving them to appreciate for a long period of time. But they're not just buying anything. And that's the message I want to get across today. You don't just go out there and buy anything. You have to do your research and you have to understand the things, you have to understand the kind of research it takes to buy correctly. And this minimizes your risk. If you're just out there buying all different types of companies that you don't understand. You can lose money as well. Like, let's be honest, you need to do your own research, and work smart, not not harder, as we like to say. And yeah, so this is capital appreciation. So if we go back to the slides, and then also companies pay dividends as well. So as we know, they, as well as capital appreciation, they also pay dividends. So every quarter or every month or every year, they pay a thing called dividends. So this is basically a thank you, like basically a thank you for owning the share. Basically, they're basically sharing some of their profits with their investors. So for example, a great example is Unilever. I'm not sure if we've heard Unilever. So Unilever, if you buy a stock in Unilever, every 3 months they give you 5% of your every year they give you 5% back of your investment, or the dividend yield that they call it in finance. So not only your future, and when you're looking in the future, your shares is potentially going to grow, you're also gaining income every month, like and the more of that share you own, the more dividends that they're going to give you. So for example, if you have 1,000 in Unilever, and their current dividends yield, which is what they're going to pay investors, so which is us, is 5%. So essentially every year they're going to give you 50 pounds. That's essentially what it is. So that's dividends. And then also I've got here, historical average stock market returns is 10%. So, what this means is, as we've discussed, interest rates are about 1% every year. The best probably you would get is 2%, but you have to fix your money in a savings account, as we know, for about 5 years. That means you're not entitled to that money. But the stock market has proved time and time again that it beats, and the return investment on money is 10%. And we don't always want to look at history. We want to be realistic as well. Let's say it might not return 10%. Let's give ourselves some slack. Let's say 6% or 8%. Rather than looking at the historical, because what happened in history might not happen in future. But the stock market essentially has always beaten saving by 10%. And this is sorry. So yeah, like I said, this beats saving rate. So it's actually better. You get more. Your money does more for you in the stock market. And also another benefit is that you own a piece of that company. So by owning a piece of that company, you essentially need to. What I always say is that if you can't explain to a 10-year-old why you've bought a piece of, a share in a company, then you shouldn't be investing in that company at all. For example, Pastor works in the IT industry. My brother works in pharmaceutical companies. So they're very knowledgeable in these areas. So they know, in these industries, sorry. So they know the kind of, things that are happening in this industry. And if I was interested in investing in an IT company, I would go to, Pastor Sil, because he has the knowledge and expertise around this field. And that doesn't mean that only people who work in an industry, can understand, what's happening. It just means that it's quicker, it's probably quicker. It will save you some time, but you can also do your own research. And when we look at the stock, if we go back to Amazon stock quickly, so as you can see from both graphs, the price of Amazon has been going up and down. It's not a straight line, and a lot of people wonder why. Probably wondering why that there's a lot of fluctuations. Why is it going down sometimes? Why is it going up sometimes? And the reason is the main reason is for two things. So one is essentially news. So people react on basically the price of an asset or of a company's share. They react based on news, which could be anything. So for example, if good news about Amazon comes out today, essentially what would happen is supply would go up. Supply will stay the same because they can't issue any more shares, but demand will go up. So essentially what would happen is more people want to pay more because you know, Amazon is doing great things. They believe the price that they pay today is going to be worth more in future. So this is why it fluctuates, you know, up and down. And as you can see that there's certain, you know, there's large drops in 2017 and also 2020 as well. And we know why there's a large drop in 2020, because we're currently going through a pandemic. So there's a lot of fluctuations and uncertainties, and, you know, the stock market reflects what's happening in the economy. So it's very important to stay invested. You know, it's more important being a long-term investor, because what you're paying today is basically going to grow in future, because you've done your research, which we are going to do together today, and you know the future value of the company is going to be greater than what you paid for today. And if we go back, sorry. So yeah, so you have an ownership stake in the company, like I've mentioned. So you need to know about the company. If you don't know anyone that, you know, has information about the industry, you can read up on what's happening. You can look at their financial statement, their income statement, which we will discuss soon. And also the key takeaways is risk. As with anything, there's always risk. And like I've mentioned already, the stock prices go up and down based on company performance, and they fluctuate on news as well. So for example, a great recent example is there's a company called Lucky Coffee, which is one of the largest coffee makers in China. And because they were caught, or we found out that, you know, they were, you know, falsely inflating their profits and overstating it by several millions, investors like us reacted. So essentially what people done was sold their shares in the company, and the shares have now gone down by 80%. So that's a bad case scenario, like a new company coming in, and, you know, that's why risk is important. If you're an established company, like let's say Walt Disney or McDonald's, you know, all these companies that have been around for a long time, they get audited several times during the year. They have many people invested in them, and they sort of they are established enough to mitigate all these mistakes. So by lowering your risk, you can certainly avoid problems like this. Whereas by increasing your risk, you know, the sort of reason behind investing in that company that I spoke about, Lucky Coffee, is because they have they're the largest, they're bigger than Starbucks, let's say, in China. So, and their essential plan was to take over the US and take over Europe. If things had gone their way, you know, we are looking at, you know, a coffee company that's going to be just as big as Starbucks or even bigger. So I was risking, let's just say, because like I said, my appetite towards risk is completely different to everyone else. And then also company performance. So if good news comes out that's saying, look, Amazon has doubled their profit in Q1 of 2020. And Q1 just means the first 3 months of the year. So we know that we're all at home. A lot of shops are closed right now, and a lot of people are ordering from Amazon. So essentially, Amazon is going to be doing well right now. Shops are closed. They're going to do very well. So people are going to pay for Amazon stocks. And then, like I've already said, investing requires research and interest in the company you're buying. And now we are going to look at how to do that research, what you need to do that research, which is you need to look at the income statement, which is the first thing, and then the balance sheet. So this is important. If you're going to invest in any company, these are the two things you have to read, or you have to be able to interpret. So if we look at, firstly, if we look at the income statement, so basically every public company, every public traded company has to provide financial statements. And these financial statements have to include three things. So the first of these three things are income statements. And the second thing is balance sheet. And then the third one is cash flow. So to start with the first one, an income statement. So an income statement essentially just tells you the company's revenue and expense during a particular period. So a company can provide an income statement for the first 3 months of the year. So an income statement from January to March. They call that Q1 reporting. So, and then they can do one for the whole year, which is called annual income statement. So this is basically from January to December. So this is how you can look at it. It's very, it sounds complicated, but when you break it down, it's very simple. So an income statement is essentially your revenue less, revenue less expense. So when we go through each line, so for example, the first line that I'm looking at, so the first bullet point says, where is the first? So revenue, can everyone see the revenue line of 5,000?
Yes, please.
Yep. So essentially, this is the money. This is what the company has made. So revenue. So let's say we are buying and selling cakes. So revenue. So this is what we've earned from selling cakes. This is money that has come in. And then the second line in an income statement is cost of goods sold, or some people like to call it cost of sales. So essentially, what this is how much have we spent on trying to make cakes? How much sugar we bought? How much powder? How much all these things that you need to the base of the cake? All these things that we've had to pay for to make the cake. What did we have to essentially pay for? And then you have your gross income, which is your revenue. That 5,000 minus the 2,000 gives you your gross income. So this is what the company have made and what they've spent to make what they've made, if that makes sense, in simple terms. And then also the next line is your expenses. So your expenses is essentially all your operating expenses. So these are the cost of buildings, the cost, rent, marketing, salaries, everything goes in expenses, because this is part of our business expense. This, whether we have 10 more staff doesn't mean we're going to sell, it's going to cost more to make that cake, like, to sell cake, let's say, for example. So these are all the, the essential business costs that we have. And then at the bottom, so this one doesn't have it. So that total expense line, so that's everything we paid within the company, all our operating expenses. And then we have another thing called operating profit income. So this is basically your gross profit, which is the 3,000, minus all of your expenses. So that's your operating profit. So a lot of people look at this operating profit. So for a lot of managers in the business and finance world, they only care about the operating profit, because this is the profit that, whether the company makes money or not, this is the profit that matters. Whether we lose money, if we're losing money, we're not going to pay tax. So for a lot of people, they care about the operating profit. So this is the gross income, or the gross profit minus your operating expenses. And then finally you have your earnings before tax, which is your pre-tax profit. So as you can see, for this company here, they've got taxes of $500 or $500,000, should we say. So when we deduct our operating profit or our earnings before tax, the 2,000, we get our net income, our profit after tax. So our net profit is 1,500. So essentially, this is how you read a financial statement, and every company is different. So just because you see this formula here, this format, of general, admin, expense, marketing, an income statement is tailored to every company. So for example, for a car rental company, they're going to have a high depreciation, because we know the cars depreciate quite quickly. So their depreciation expense is going to be very high, because in comparison to, let's say, a finance company or a bank, for example, because their staff don't have cars, unless they have other things like company car schemes and stuff like that. So it's very important to understand the business that you're looking at and understand their income statement, because their cost of goods sold is going to be very high or low depending on the type of company. So moving on. So moving on. So now we're going to look at the income statement for an actual company that I've been looking at, that I've been watching closely recently. So as we know that COVID has affected airlines the most at the moment, because we're all restricted at the moment, and it's impossible to fly even across the the English Channel anywhere. So it's very important to look at airlines at the moment, because the share price of airlines, of course, would have fallen to rock bottom almost, because they're not making any money. They're not bringing in any revenues at the moment, and their costs are going to stay the same, because they still have to pay their staff members. They still have to maintain the aircrafts that they own. There's a lot of, even landing fees. When you think about airlines, they have so many things to pay for that we don't even think about, like, landing fees or slots, to park their fleets and stuff like that. So when we look at the income statement for Delta Airline, which is one of the largest airlines in America, and they fly across the globe, and they do reach a lot of destinations. So when we look at their revenue, the main thing I noticed is that their revenue has fallen by almost 2 billion in comparison to the first 3 months of last year. Can everyone see that first line where it says the 3rd of the 30th, 2020? That total revenue of 8.5 billion. Can everyone see that line?
Yep.
Yes.
Yes. Exactly. So that's the first. So that's how much. So these are written in thousands. So what this means is essentially these. So although some people it might read 8.5 million because there's 6 zeros there, but actually we're looking at it in thousands, meaning it's for sort of, we do this quite a lot in finance, for sort of like presentation purposes, we reduce the amount of zeros so it doesn't confuse people. So essentially the numbers that we're looking at here are billions, just to make that clear. And that's why I've highlighted this amount here, thousands. So this first quarter of this year, Delta Airline made 8.5 billion in comparison to when we look at the last, so 2019, they were making 10.4 billion in revenue. So first 3 months of 2019, they made 10.4 billion, and now they're making 8.5. So that automatically tells me what I need to know. Less people are flying, so we have less revenue, less people booking flights. So they're not bringing in as much revenue. But the problem also is when we look at the cost of revenue, which is the cost of sales line, the one we looked at before. If we go back one. So that cost of sales line, so that 2,000 here, essentially when we look at Delta Airline, specifically, so what do they have to spend on people booking flights and stuff like that, people traveling? What is their cost of sales? So their cost of sales is 8.1 billion. But when you look at their cost of sales, it hasn't really gone down that much. People are not flying, but their cost of sales is still quite high. So that tells me that there's other things going on. They're still paying for landing fees. They've got long-term contracts they've signed with several airports, maybe with Gatwick, with Heathrow. Exactly. So they have a lot of cost of sales to pay for. They have to maintain all their aircrafts and stuff like that. So cost of sales is still very high, and you can see that it's very high when you look at the gross profit, which is the third line. So the third line is gross profit. So this is revenue minus cost of sales. So as you can see, on average, from the last 5 quarters, Delta have been making 1.8 you know, the last 5 quarters, 1.8 billion in gross profit, 3 billion in gross profit, 3 billion again, 2.3 billion. And then also now, when we look at the first quarter of this year, they're only making 459 million. This is not billions. So a company that's used to making billions every quarter is now making millions. So we can see that there's a lot of problems here. So they're facing big problems in terms of their, when we look at their income statement. And then when we look at their operating expense, which is the 869 million I've highlighted, you can see that the operating expense is still high in comparison to last quarter. You know, we didn't have any issues in terms of flying between September and December last year, and they only spent 942 million in expenses. So this is, you know, rent, the cost of rent, landing fees, staff salary costs, but it's still quite high. It's only fallen by, you know, 70 million or thereabouts. It hasn't fallen that much. So that means they're still paying their staff. They're still paying their landing fees. All these things that they need, you know, to operate as an airline company, they're still paying it. And it's very worrying as an investor now, because you're looking at it, you're like, this is only going to get worse as time goes on. This operating expense is not going to move much. The revenue is going to go down because, you know, we're not allowed to fly anymore, for now anyway. And, you know, things are not looking good when you look at their income statement. And then we also have the operating income. So this is your total revenue minus cost of sales, which gives you a gross profit. So your operating income is your gross profit minus operating expense. So right now, Delta Airlines are losing 410 million in terms of, you know, when you look at their profit as a company. So that's 410 million. So a company that's, you know, when we go across, can we go across? Yeah, when we go across to last year, they were used to making operating income of 2 billion. Then, you know, even as high as 1 billion, 2 billion, but then in this year alone, they're making a loss of 410 million. And then, as you can see, that means that they're not paying as much tax. Their pre-tax income is, you know, minus 600 million. The government are not going to ask them to pay tax. So the good thing about companies making losses is that the losses that you make this year can be offset by the gains you make next year. So the fact that they're losing money this year doesn't mean that the company is doing bad, because they've been doing well for several years. We know the times that we're in. We know this is just a short-term problem. So that loss that they're making will be offset by future profits or prior profits. So you have to sort of take all these numbers with a pinch of salt. You can't, you know, sorry, Pastor, you wanted to add something? I thought Pastor wanted to add something. Yeah, so you can't take all these, you know, numbers with a pinch of salt. It doesn't mean that this company specifically is doing terribly, because we know the kind of climate that we're in. So if we go next, so that's the income statement. If we look at the balance sheet statement now, if we go to the back, and also just, sorry, one last point, if we go back to the income statement. So for Delta, sorry. So when we look at the bottom line, so that last line, I forgot to add. So where it says net income common stockholder. So what that means is essentially the profit for the company after tax. So this is the profit. So this is what the company has made after everything in that quarter. So they take this to their shareholders' equity. So this number here is very important for what we're about to look at next, the balance sheet. So it's very important to look at the bottom line. So a lot of people, they look at the bottom line because what this bottom line tells you, it goes into a pot, into another account on the balance sheet called an equity. And we call this retained earnings. So money that we made this year, we retain it, and, you know, we essentially put it away for next year. And we might give 10% of this profit to shareholders. So if I'm a shareholder of Delta Airline, I'll get a cut of this profit. And this is what dividends essentially is. So when we look at the balance sheet now.
Okay, just before we do that, can we just go back one? All right, so just for everybody's benefit, I know many of us, as you'd appreciate, a lot of us on this call are not financial specialists, we're not accountants. So a lot of these figures might not particularly be relevant to us. You might be looking at this and thinking to yourself, right, do I need to memorize all of this? No, you don't. The only figures that the only thing that they take away from an income statement for you as an investor is you want to make sure that the company you're about to invest, put your money in, you want to make sure it's a company that is growing. That's the rule. It's a very simple one, which is common sense. You want to make sure that if you look at the net income, common for last year, and look at the value for this year, there should be a growth. There should be an increase. How do you know if a company is trading properly, if it's doing very well? You want to look at how much money this company is making. This is why these yellow fields are fundamental. And this is very important also in the sense that if you want to buy stock, let me give us a very good example. Someone sends a rumor on WhatsApp and says, everybody, the stock market is going to crash. Everybody should buy stock in British Airways. As an investor, how do you know whether that rumor is true or not? How do you know whether British Airways is a good investment for you to put your money in? It's very simple. All you simply have to do is pull up their income statement. And this is now the magic question. All of these values are available on Google. All right, so after this talk, if you're interested, I'll show you how to pick them up with just one search in Google. That you type just one search in Google and it will bring up all this information for you where you can actually look at them and look specifically at certain values, and then you can say, nah, I'm not buying this. Or yes, this looks like a good idea. So just to summarize income statement, obviously because of time, it's really important that we notice that you don't need to know all these values, but those key ones for you to be able to see over the last quarter, over the last year, over the last 2, 3, 5 years, how have this stock been going? How have this company been growing? That is one of the core indicators as to whether you buy stock in this company or whether you want to buy stock and keep for long term or whether for short term. Okay, so I just want to give that a good nip before we move on to balance sheets. God bless you. Go on, my brother.
Cool. And yeah, like I mentioned, thank you very much, Pastor. Like I mentioned, another important statement that every public company has to provide for the public, for investors or potential investors. The second type is a balance sheet. So a balance sheet is essentially, it's a report that sort of tells you how financially healthy the company is. And it's split into 3 different things. It's split into assets, and liabilities and equities. So essentially, what the balance sheet is telling you is that when you look at liabilities, which is anything you owe, and so anything you owe, this could be rent, this could be staff salary, it could be anything, like anything the company owes. If we borrowed money from a bank, that's obviously a liability as well, and any utilities, anything like that. So when we add our liabilities and shareholders' equity, so retained earnings. So remember when we looked at the income statement, and when we looked at it, and they've made profits. So that profits goes into your shareholders' equity. So essentially, the profit from your income statement goes into your balance sheet. So what we owe plus what our investment is worth equals our assets. So essentially, assets could be anything as cash, buildings that we own, inventory, and so on and so on. So, like I said, it tells you the state of the company's finances. And then also there's different ratios that can be used to sort of determine how healthy the company is. And we will talk about these ratios later, because, you know, these are very key ratios that, you know, people can use. Sorry, have we lost the screen? Sorry, I can't see the slides.
Bringing it back 1 second.
Okay, no worries. Yeah, so these financial ratios are very important at looking at how healthy a company is, and we're gonna walk through these ratios together. So just to clarify, I think with a balance sheet, it's easier to demonstrate how it works rather than trying to explain it. So if you don't get it the first time, don't let it put you off or anything like that. So if we go to the next slide, sorry. No, go back. So cool, let's look at Delta Airlines balance sheet. So remember that with a balance sheet, the money that the money is it's essentially everything that you own equals everything that you owe plus what your company is worth, or what the retained earnings is, what, you know, the profits that we've had. So if we look at Delta Airlines, you know, we can see that total assets, so what they own is 68 billion. So the company has 68 billions of assets. And this, you know, everything below it is just a breakdown of what those assets are. But the key thing that we need to understand is the total assets line, that's 68 billion. And when we look at, you know, different quarters in the year, we can see that the total assets all of a sudden has jumped up. It was 61 billion in 2019 in the last quarter. 2019 first quarter, it was only 61 billion. The assets is growing. For a lot of people, this might seem like, oh, it's a good thing. Oh, they own more things. They own more. They have more cash. They have more buildings. You know, more things. You know, more assets that they can liquidate. But when we look closely, when we look at what makes up that total asset line, we can see that the cash has gone up quite substantially. Cash has gone up from last quarter of 2019 from 2.8 billion to 5.9 billion. For a lot of people, you might think, oh, that's good. Cash has gone up by 3 billion, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it's good, because we need to know where's that cash been coming from. We looked at the income statement. We know that they're losing money. They've lost money this year. So where's that cash coming from? The only way that they can get 3 billion in cash is if they've borrowed it. And when you look at the current liabilities, if you go down to current liabilities, we can see that clearly from a balance, the balance sheet. If we look at where it says long-term debt and capital, can everyone see that? 17.8 billion this quarter, and now last quarter it was 14.1 billion. So what that's telling us when we're looking at the balance sheet is telling me that so initially looking at the total assets, I thought, you know, this is good. They own a lot of things. But then when you look in detail, and this is not even in detail. This took me about, I don't know, 1 minute or less to figure out. And, you know, we can all do this together. And, you know, when you look at it, you can see that the total asset has gone up because they're borrowing money. They're borrowing money from the government. So they borrowed 3.7 billion in cash. They're trying to raise their cash position. So what this is telling me is that because they're losing money, and essentially to sort of mitigate, you know, the company going bankrupt, you know, people are not traveling anymore. They need cash. They need cash to pay their rent. They need cash to pay their employees. And these are the kind of things you need to watch, because how long is this pandemic going to last for? How much money can they borrow, essentially? And, you know, it's borrowing 3.7 billion every 3 months is not sustainable. And this is how, as an investor, if you're looking at a company, you need to think about these things. And then when we look at the total assets as well, another important thing is their receivables. The receivables usually is around 2.8 billion each quarter. So the last 3 quarters before this current quarter was about 2.8 billion. But now in this recent quarter is 2.2 billion. So what this is telling me is that they're basically asking people that owe them money. So receivable is essentially money that, you know, the company is expecting to receive. By this going down means that they are essentially asking for money back quicker. They need money. They want to increase their cash position. So this is telling me that they're asking everyone, you know, pay us back quicker. You know, inventory has gone down. You know, they're not buying more aircrafts. People are not flying. So we don't need you know, equipment that you need for traveling. So this has gone down by 900. You know, this is now what, 974 million. Before it was 1.2 billion. So these are the kind of stories and analysis you can pick by just looking at two numbers. And you know, it's once you do your first one, it's very quick because you know what to look for. And when we go down, so we've looked at total assets. So can anyone tell me what they think, you know, what the health of this company is like, Delta Airlines, based on what we've just, you know, what I've talked about? Can anyone, you know, tell me anything that, you know, that they find interesting or they pick up straight away? Oh, okay. I guess that's
Delta is struggling.
What, sorry?
Is it that they're struggling?
Yes, they're struggling, and they're quickly trying to, you know, find cash, and they're doing that by borrowing long term. Correct. Cool. So now that we've looked at Delta Airlines balance sheet, and, you know, my last question for everybody is, how would you invest £1,000? So how would you invest £1,000? So what would you do if you had, you know, £1,000, you know, cash free? What would be the first things you do? So before, you know, everyone throws it, you know, in their answers, from a finance perspective, you know, there are three things, you know, I would look at if I want to invest £1,000. And I think, you know, we can all learn something from these ratios that I'm about to talk about. So these are the three key ratios. If I'm looking to invest £1,000, these are the three things that I will first look at first. So the first one is earnings per share. So this is simply, and you know, I encourage everyone to make notes of these ratios because they're very important. This is simply company's profit divided by the outstanding shares. So essentially what this is how much the company has made divided by the amount of shares that they've issued. So for example, if a company has issued, I don't know, 1 million shares, so it's how much each of those shares, one share of those shares of profit is how much profit is worth, basically. So essentially this is, you know, this tells you that, oh, your shares are sort of growing. If earnings per share is growing quarter on quarter, that means that's telling you the value of your share is higher than it was last quarter or last month or last year. So this is very important to understand, to, you know, to look out for this ratio. And then the second one is price earning ratio, or PE ratio. So this one is very fundamental as well. And to do this calculation, you need the earnings per share calculation, or the earning per share amount. So this is basically the share price. So I remember when we looked at, you know, Amazon stock price, so which was 2,400. So we divide the share price of that day by the earnings per share, and, you know, divided by the EPS. And this tells this PE ratio, basically what it tells you is that people, if it's high, if the PE ratio is high, it means that investors are willing to pay a higher share price today because the growth expectation in the future will be higher. So if we look at this practically, if I share my screen, take over quickly. Is that all right? If I take over, cool. If I take over quickly, cool. So let's look at these things, practically. I think it's easier to look at things practically. So let's take Apple, for example, as a company. So, and we'll look at their stats. So this is a trading platform called eToro. It's made by an Israeli company, and it's one of the platforms that I use for buying and selling shares. And this is just a virtual account that we're looking at currently, but it's as real as as real as the real thing. Let's just say, you get given $100,000 to practice on several things that you want to look at. So I mentioned the EPS. If we go back to the sorry, if I show my slide. So we mentioned the EPS, the company's profit divided by outstanding shares. So let's look at that one first. So the EPS here is 2.7. So that means for every share, for every Apple share, and for every profit, so every profit out of every profit is worth $12.7. So every profit that Apple make, one share is worth $12.7. So that's the earnings per share. And the more that grows, that's telling me the company is growing. Profit is growing because the shares stayed the same. Apple are not issuing more shares. They're not selling more ownership of their company. So the more that they grow, the more profit they make, the higher this goes up. So you tend to see that when Apple announces that their EPS has gone up, or everyone's speculating that EPS is about to go up, people start buying because they know that it's going to grow. As you can see from this chart here, if I move this across, as you can see from the chart, when EPS is going up, people tend to buy more because they think, the value of that stock, they think it's worth more. And then when we look at PE ratio, which is price divided by earnings per share. So when we look at, sorry, let me go back. So here's my slide, cool. So yeah, like I said, when we look at the price to earnings ratio, which is the share price divided by the earnings per share, it tells us it's 25, right? So what does that mean? So it means, so the share price currently is what, 318. So if we take the share price and divide it by, let's say 25, because that's what the PE ratio is. So the share price is $318 for one Apple stock. If we divide that by 25, it will give us the earnings per share. So yeah, I've just done that. So yeah, it's 12.7. So essentially what this is telling me is that people are willing to pay up to 25 times over the earnings per share. So the fact that the PE ratio is 25 tells me that people think Apple is going to grow exponentially in years to come. And when we look at this PE ratio, it's high, it's 25. The average PE ratio for most companies is about 10 to 15. So people don't tend to overpay for what a company is worth. But we can see that because it's 25, people are willing to, pay great amounts for it. And when you look at Apple back in 2006, it was £1.32. And today it's worth 318. So that's what, $317 in 14 years. And it tells you that people value this company. A high PE ratio is not a bad thing. That's what we need to make note of. A high PE ratio doesn't mean you're overpaying for you're overpaying for that company. It just means everybody values that company more than the average. And we need to bear in mind the average is between 10 and 15. And then lastly, the last ratio that we have is the debt to equity ratio, which is long-term and short-term debt divided by the shareholders' equity. Essentially, what this is all the money that we owe within 1 year, which is short-term, everything we have to pay back within 1 year, and everything that we have to pay back long term, so anything greater than a year, divided by the shareholders' equity. So what the company is worth, which is the shareholders' equity. So what, you know, all the profits that we've made in all these years, it goes into shareholders' equity. So all the billions that, you know, these companies are making. So essentially what this tells me is I need to be confident that this company can cover its long-term and short-term debt by the money that they have. It's as simple as that. And the lower this rate is, it tells me that if this company was to go bankrupt today, they'll be able to sell everything and pay off their long-term and short-term debt and still continue. If they have to, let's say, pay somebody something straight away. So these three ratios, they're very, very important. And you know, I suggest everyone to make, if you've got anything from today's session about investing, please try and understand this. And if you have any questions, please feel free to ask now, because this is the last slide anyway. And then we will, you know, I can practically show you how to, you know, invest 1,000, and yeah, we can do it together. So does anybody have any questions about these ratios?
I do have a question, Rowan, please.
Yep.
In terms of assessing the financial viability of a business,
yeah,
which is more important? Is it the balance sheet or the income statement?
That's a very good question, actually. I'd say they're both equally as important as each other. That's the main thing. But for a lot of short-term investors, they tend to look at the income statement because that is only is fixed for a period. An income statement only shows your profit for 1 year. Unless you go back at the company's books and look at the income statement for previous years, you won't really, it doesn't really matter. So for a lot of people, they just compare income statement from 2019 to income statement for 2020. So that's if you want to look short term. But the balance sheet has the overall, the full picture of the company's health. So it tells you everything you need to know about that company and the longevity of that company. If the company is growing, if they're acquiring more assets, if they're owing more money, example. So for me, I'd say the balance sheet is more important if you're a long-term investor, which is us. We're not looking to short-term. We're not looking to buy things, you know, today and next week. That's not the message we're trying to get across. We're thinking long-term. We want the company, you know, we want the company's balance sheet, especially, to look healthy. Yeah. So,
thank you, Bram. And secondly, I do have. I'm sorry that I'm sorry that others will find it dominating. I'm not trying to dominate the session.
No.
That there are some questions that have been bothering me. Now, in terms of investment,
yeah,
does geographical location, does it act as a barrier? The reason why I'm saying this is that, like, I looked at your example of the Delta Airlines.
Yeah.
Supposing as we live in England now, is it feasible to invest in a business like that, despite the fact that you don't live in that country?
That's a very good question, brother Maxwell. And yes, the question is, there's the beauty of the internet now is that we have access to the world, really, in terms of we have access to everything. You can invest in US market, China, Hong Kong, you know, I'm sure even Africa has a stock market. So you can invest in essentially any market, and geographical location is not a barrier. You just need to check with the investment company that you choose. You need to check which markets they cover. But the answer is it's not a barrier, and it covers quite a good range of markets.
Thank you, Brian.
Hello, everyone. This is Joseph speaking here. Just to add to what Rewan has said, I think when you look at the platforms where a lot of people carry out these tradings, it's pretty much, they cover the main markets, which is Asia, US, and Europe. So I think once you use the right platform, and as Rewan said, the access to the internet now, you've pretty much got all the information you need at your table, really. So I don't think a geographical region will pretty much affect your investment, but at the same time, you need to do your due diligence and do some research about the company for what Rewan's covered.
Thank you, Joseph.
So yeah, going back to the question about investing 1,000, investing 1,000, and also like Pastor to chip in on this as well. So there's different types of investment pools that you can make. So the first one I'm going to talk about is index funds. So an index fund is basically a fund, is basically a pool of money or pool where you put your money in, and if it tracks, let's say, the S&P 500. The S&P 500 is, the largest 500 companies in the US. So there's different kinds of index funds, and an index fund literally tracks that fund. So if I show you that to you guys practically, so let's say the FTSE 100, for example, which is the largest 100 companies in the UK. If we look that up, and so this is an index fund. So this is the FTSE 100, for example. So by putting your money in this, essentially what you're doing is you're investing, let's say when it's low, let's say currently the FTSE is about 6,000, and pre-COVID it was 7,404 pounds. So essentially what you're doing is you're investing in the index fund, and you know that index funds tend to grow over time. Well, as you can see in the UK, there's not a lot of growing going on. We've been battling with Brexit, we've been battling with now COVID. There's a lot of things, but when we look at the history, we can see that over time, when we look at Max, the last 3 years is not a good indication because things haven't been that great in the economy. Because of obvious reasons. But when you look over time, index funds tend to grow. They tend to grow. But then you have the fall. And we know why that fall is because of all the crises that we have currently. So what a lot of people do, they put their money in index funds because over time it beats the market essentially. The returns are like 10%, but we leave room for risk. Let's just call that 6 to 8%. So over time, your money is growing. You're putting your money to work essentially. And for a lot of people, this is safe because it's quite a passive way to just invest. You're not having to do much. You don't, every couple months you can see how your money has grown essentially. And then you also have bonds, like we mentioned. So if I had £1,000, I'll think about, depending on my degree of risk, like what degree of risk I have or you have, you might want to allocate, let's say if you're low risk, if you're low risk, you might want to keep 20% in cash, let's say, or you might want to put, let's say, 20% in bonds and then 50% in index funds. So does that make sense for everyone listening? No?
Yeah, it does make sense, but at the same time, it seems a little bit complicated.
So
you haven't explained what all those funds and bonds, what they all mean. Because for me, I've just joined. I don't know what they mean. Sorry.
No worries. So I've got a little table here. Can you guys see?
Let me cover this. God bless you.
All right, Pastor wants to jump in.
I think you all agree. You all agree with me that there's a lot of research that needs to go into decision making, and that's the first takeaway I want everybody to understand, that it's not something that we just throw our money at. Okay, someone shouldn't tell you, oh, this company is going to do very well, so put your life savings there. That's the first thing from this, that there has to be some due diligence that needs to be done. And secondly, the second takeaway right now is this, that all this information is available. It's available online. It's the kind of stuff that you can actually look into yourself. And if you're not sure, ask someone that knows how to look into it. Are you with me? And but it's not about you handing over the responsibility to somebody else and you know nothing. That's not what we're trying to get at. That's the first two takeaways from this. So let's talk about options, the options in which you can, where you can put your money. The first one of them is bonds. Okay, and what is a bond? Well, everyone has already defined this earlier on in the talk. For those who may have just chipped in or joined in, a bond is just basically a debt. That is all that it is. Are you with me? And companies sell them. You have corporate bonds. Government, every government of every country does that. So why do they do this? A very good example. Very, very, very good example. Let's assume that Britain has, the government of Britain has the intention of rolling out, windmills all over UK. Let's say that's the project they want to do. They want to do this project in 5 years' time, and they've estimated the cost of this project at £10 billion. Now, the government have two options in which they can do that. They can either go into the government's, into their own account and take out 10 billion and invest it in this project, which means that the economy will, that the country's purse will, will go down to 10 billion, or they can open it up to the general public and ask people to invest in that project. Now, the way in which the government does that is that they issue something called bonds. So a government bond basically is basically a way in which the governments or corporate organizations do that too when they have big projects. They invite people, investors, to invest in their project. So what that means is that when you buy into these bonds, people end up funding that project. Does that make sense? And bonds are usually issued for a short, for either a short period time. It could be a year, it could be a medium term, it could be 5 to 10 years, or a long term. But every bond has a fixed period, and bonds tend to give you back I think maximum is 3.4% growth on your money every year. So this is why they are low risk. They are low risk for two reasons. One, they are issued by established companies in terms of corporate bonds, or by the government. Now, you know that if the government owes you money, you know they will pay, correct?
Yeah. They are not running anywhere.
You go and buy bonds in Venezuela, and then you're really in trouble. So, but that, you know that the government will pay. So the risk of you losing your money is low. But we also know governments don't like to give money out. Am I correct? So as a result of that, the growth with the interest that your money would have is also low. Now, who can benefit from this? Let's assume Grandma A on this call. She has £100,000 cash in a home, sitting in a bank account, and she knows that she has children, she has grandchildren, she has people who and things that could take the money away. She doesn't want to put it in a savings account because your bank gives you 0.1 or 0.3% you growth, which is nothing. So she's not so much concerned about high growth, but she wants her money safe. What Grandma A can do is take £100,000 and buy government bonds with it. Now, let's assume she does not need the money for the next 5 years, and she doesn't want to put it in a high risk investment. She can simply buy government bonds. And then what will happen is that that money is safe because of that. She won't get access to it until 5 years' time, the bond expiry, and the money will grow by 3.4% every year. Okay. Brother Sam, does that make sense to you?
Perfectly.
Good. So that is the thing about bonds. Bonds are always available. Okay, you can buy bonds from any corporate organization, any very large corporate enterprise organization in the world that issues bonds, and also from every country. Very good example. You could buy bonds from the Nigerian government. In fact, they are selling bonds right now because of the oil prices that have crashed has caused the country to really be in crisis right now. The government is looking for money. So so for all the oil producing countries, especially Nigeria, for those who subscribe to Bloomberg or you watch Bloomberg, you know they've been talking about Nigeria for the last 3 weeks, because Nigeria is really in trouble, because 89% of Nigeria's revenue comes from oil. And when the oil market crashed, it kind of tanked the country. So Nigeria is selling bonds right now. I haven't said go and buy Nigerian bonds.
Of course not. But not yet.
Okay. So Maxwell, step back. Oh, I'll tell yourself. But Mulero, can you
But I noticed it was, but Maxwell was asking about international investment earlier.
Maxwell was ready to invest.
Yeah, he was ready to invest.
Not Nigeria.
Okay. All right. So
Maxwell, come and invest in me.
Yourself, go and invest in yourself. All right. So ladies and gentlemen, so now we're talking about investment. Let's start from the lowest risk to the highest risk. Okay, so bond is the lowest risk. Your money is guaranteed, but again, low risk also means what? Low rewards. It means that your money will grow by 3.4% annually.
So can everyone see my screen?
Yes.
So I've got a breakdown of what Pastor's talking about essentially.
Okay.
So if you had 1,000, if you had a low risk strategy, so go on, Pastor.
Okay, so that's good. So a very good example then, if you have £1,000, okay, so again, let's make it practical for everybody. If you have £1,000 and you want to keep your £1,000, or better still, A has 100,000 because she wants to keep it, you can buy bonds with it, okay? It's still an investment, it's low risk, your money will be there, but it won't grow very, very much simply because they are bonds. Now, let's move up the next level up. The next level of medium type investments, we start talking about things like properties, like ETFs, like iron. Okay, so iron, a very good example of iron materials will be gold, silver, copper, platinum. All of these type of commodities, or this kind of investment options, they are referred to as medium risk investment options. Why are they called that? Because they appreciate in value. The average percentage growth of gold over the last 10 years has been around 6.7%, which is not bad, which is quite good. It doubles that of bonds, and gold will never lose its value. What do I mean by that statement? It means that in 20 years' time, gold has been the most valuable iron on the planet since the time of, since the time of the pharaohs, and it still is till today. Gold is still very valuable. Now, it's not just valuable for jewelry, which is what a lot of us think gold predominantly is for, but it's valuable in the manufacturing sector. How many of us know that all of your laptops has gold in it? Yes, on the motherboard of laptops, gold is one of the most important non-conductive ions that is used on motherboards. So everything that has got a circuit board, I found out 3 months ago that my boiler has a circuit board in it. Everything that has a circuit board has gold. So gold is valuable not just for jewelry but also for manufacturing, and gold is constantly recycled. So for that reason, gold is valuable. Will gold lose its value in 20 years' time? No. Will gold lose its value in 50 years' time? No. Will gold lose its value in 1,000 years' time if Jesus tarries? No. Because it's been valuable for 5,000 years, and it still is a major commodity in our economy. The same thing, silver. Silver is also very valuable, and copper. Copper is used in seriously, you can think of 1 billion things that the copper is used for. These commodities are referred to as medium risk investment assets. So the reason is because they have on average about using gold as the main ones, about 6.7, 6.8% growth. Copper is usually around 5% growth. But nonetheless, if you want to have a medium to low portfolio, right? And a portfolio just means, you know, a group of stock. That's all it means. You can actually, your £1,000, you can choose to buy, you can spend 40% of it buying, you know, ions like copper, gold, platinum, whatever. And you can put 50, and you can put 40%, you know, in bonds. And then the last 20%, I always recommend people always having at least 20% of their investment pot in cash. The reason is because if there's opportunity for you to buy more stock, or like the market crashes now, if you put all of your investment funds already to work, you won't have, you may cash to buy something else. But then the other thing is that you don't want to keep a lot of cash, because cash devalues. £1 million 10 years ago is worth £896,000 today. Money, so cash depreciates, it loses value. So you don't want to keep a lot of money in cash. But if you're looking for a medium risk investment portfolio, you can buy ions and all the rest of it and put your money in bonds, and that would basically work out. Now, the last category is the high risk. We're talking about high risk stock options or high risk investment options. Now you're talking about stocks and shares, and then ETFs. Okay, ETF just stands for exchange traded funds. They're basically stocks, that's all it is. So you have stocks and index funds. Now, the thing with stock and index funds, like Ramulero has spoken about stocks, a stock is you basically buying a share of a company. Now, a word of warning to everybody: when you invest, you are not investing in stocks. You're actually investing in a company, especially those who are investing long term. Now, there are people who are called day traders, people who trade stocks daily. And what they simply do is that they buy stocks when it's low, right? Like a very good example in this pandemic, a lot of day traders, you know, will rush in and buy stock. They spend every day analyzing the markets. The moment there's a dip, they go in and buy, and then they wait. The moment the stock price up, they sell. So a very good example, Sister Ngozi buys, I don't know, British Airways stock for $10 because trading is done in dollars for $10. And then British Airways announces that, oh, that they've just bought 100 new planes, or now they've taken over the whole of Terminal 5. What happens? Their stock price will go up. So, and then the next thing, Stangozi checks 3 weeks later, and that stock has gone up by 25% or 100%, and immediately she sells it. What happens? She's made more money. So basically, for each $10 stock she bought, let's say she sells it at $25, she's made money. So there are people who just trade like that every day. These people are the stock traders, like you hear. They are the day traders. So all they do is buy stock and sell. They don't hold the stock for long terms. In fact, many of them do it on a day-to-day basis. But we are investors. We are not stock traders. Okay. Now, the problem with stock trading is that you can buy stock, the market can crash, and you lose it, and your stock becomes worthless. Okay. So we are long-term investors. I don't advocate stock trading. I will not encourage you to do so. I would rather encourage you to invest for your future. And to do that simply means that you choose some very healthy companies that you understand, you invest in them, and you let your investment grow over time. So that's what long-term investing really is about. So why are stock and shares high risk? Because a company can fail. Very good example. Imagine Apple today doing very well. We know Apple, big name. Imagine if Apple launches their new iPhone. 5G iPhone, and it's brilliant. And then they've sold many copies, many units of the phone. And then the next thing we hear is that the phone starts overheating and is releasing carbon monoxide into people's homes. What do you think will happen to Apple stock? Can somebody tell me? Shout it out, anybody.
Disappear. Or disappear.
That's what I mean by disappear. Somebody?
It will plummet.
Thank you.
It will plummet down.
Thank you, Agent. it will come crashing down. Whenever there is bad news about a company, the stock, crash because people sell. Okay, and whenever there is good news about a company, the stock rises because people buy. Now, the only way you can lose money when it comes to stock, let me say it for everybody listening, the only way you can lose money is if you sell your stock at the point when it has crashed. That is it. So remember, when you buy stock, you're buying a share of a company. You're buying ownership of a company. So for instance, Brother Mulero owns part of Apple because he has stock in Apple. So it means that if Apple wants to do anything, when Apple sends out their emails to all their shareholders, he will get an email. Now, but here is the thing, and that's just what it means. So you lose money, you can lose all of your investments if the market crashes, and you sell your stock then. Very good example. People that are retiring this year, people who plan to retire this year, right, would have lost a great deal of their investments. On average, 68% of their investment would have been lost. So people that choose to retire this year. But remember, it's a choice, isn't it? Now that you understand the market is low, you can postpone your retirement another 3, 4, 5 years because nobody planned for Corona. But if you insist that you want to sell all your stock today, stock you've been keeping for 20 years, you will end up with a loss. That is what it means that people have lost money. If you buy stock in a company and the company crashes and the stock price comes down, so long as you don't sell it, you don't lose. You really haven't lost anything. Okay. The second way in which you will lose money is if the company goes bankrupt. If the company goes bankrupt and basically, they dissolve, they end, then yes, you lose money. Very good example. If Sister Ngozi had invested in Blockbusters, okay, but I can't remember Blockbuster Video.
Yeah.
Good. So if Ngozi had invested in Blockbuster Video and brother Sam had invested in Blockbuster Video, okay, today, right, yeah, everything they put in that company would have disappeared because the company does not exist anymore. You'd have lost all of your shares because the shares will be worth zero practically. So that is how people lose money. So this is why it is important to understand the company that you are buying into. So let's wrap this up now with 4 rules. Okay, so I've got 5 rules of investment. I like to tell people, everybody I've mentored, I always tell them this when it comes to investing. Rule number 1, do not invest in what you don't know. Do not invest in any market or anything or any company that you do not know. Don't. Very good example. I don't understand agriculture. People can say, oh yes, the world will always eat, so let's buy agricultural company stock. I don't know anything about agriculture, so I will not buy stock in agriculture. Simple. Another thing is, I don't know anything about the Asian market, so I don't have shares. My family doesn't have shares in the Asian market. It's as simple as that. Do not buy anything you do not know. Okay, it's very important. Now, and then, so how then do you know? What if you don't? What if you actually want to know? This is where doing the due diligence comes in. I have got a bunch of books here that I will recommend. I've got quite a few of them. You can see I'm carrying quite a lot of books. I've got some very good books I'll recommend to you guys at the end of this. Okay, that will help you have all the knowledge that you need to have. So rule number 1, don't invest in what you don't know. 2, like Brother Really One has highlighted already, stocks are investing. Doesn't matter what you invest in, it's a risky business. Life is about risks. So what can we take away from that? Do not invest money that you're not willing to lose. I'm pausing so everybody can listen to what I'm saying. Do not invest money that you're not willing to lose. What does that mean? Don't get your salary and take 90% of it and toss it into an investment. Because if everything crashes and you lose all that money, don't commit suicide. Okay? Don't invest money that you're not willing to lose. So whatever money you put into investments, let it be something that if it fails, you can be like, okay, well, Life goes on. Does that make sense? All right. So, but it is important for everybody to invest. Okay. Rule number 3. Go back to rule number 1 and read it again. Okay. Rule number 3. Go back to rule number 1. Rule number 3 is simply read rule 1 again. Do not invest in anything that you are not informed about. I actually like what Raul once said, that if you cannot explain the reasons you want to buy stock in anything or invest in anything, now I'm going to extend it to say, or invest in anything, to a 10-year-old, don't invest in it. Okay? Now, rule number 4, the purpose of investment should be for long term. It should always be for long term. The reason is because the market will fluctuate over the years. Things can rise or things can fall, but investment needs to be done for the long term. So it's not a money doubling scheme. All right. Anybody that tells you that you can double your money in 6 months is a lie. Anyone that tells you can double your money in 5 years is a lie. So let's prove that. Now, one of the best investment vehicles out there is the S&P 500. Personally, I invest in American markets. I actually thought Brad was going to pick that up when Maxwell's question. That's why I said I knew what I was going to say. All our investments are usually in the American market. The reason is because I'll pause right there. I'll tell you guys later. But anyway, so here's my point. Okay, here's my point. That's very simple. Really, really very simple. Imagine you invest in the S&P 500. S&P 500 is the top 500 most performing greatest companies in America. All right. So S&P 500, you invest in it. S&P 500 has got an average return of really is 12%, but let's leave it at 10% a year. Okay. So average return of 10% every year. Now let me ask everybody a question. If you invest in the S&P 500, how many years will it take you to double your money? Anybody shout it out. Those are good at math.
10.
How many?
10 roughly.
10 years.
It could even be less than 10.
God bless you. 10 years. That's
10
it.
years roughly. Yeah.
Yes. So 10 years. All right. So not roughly 10 years. Okay. So with an investment in the S&P 500 or any stock portfolio that yields 10% every year, you will double your money in 10 years. So it means that if Sister Ibele invests £50,000 in the S&P 500, in 50 years' time, that the actual capital she invested in there would double. Okay? Now, will double. Now, but then that takes us now to a different matter, plus something called compound interest. And so let me pause at this time and go back to our initial question. Remember, I asked everybody a question at the very beginning of this program today, and the question was very simple: which would you choose? £1 million cash today, now, or one that doubles every day for only 30 days? Now, I can see here that virtually almost everybody asked for £1 million now. I think Sister Ngozi says she wants 1p that multiplies every day for 30 days. Let me see anybody else. Tony Mulero says he wants 1 million now, please. Okay, yeah, you asked nicely. Okay, I can't see any other specific contributions. Okay, Friends Parish, that must be Sarah. So Sarah says she wants 1p. No. Am I right? So Sarah, what was your choice?
Oh, have 1 million, please.
Okay, you want £1 million now. Okay, today. Brother Maxwell, which would you choose? £1 million now, or 1p that doubles every day for only 30 days?
1p that doubles every day for 30 days, please.
Thank you. Brother Sam, which one would you have? £1 million cash now, tax-free, or 1p that doubles every day for only 30 days, not more than 30 days. Okay, not forever, only 30 days. Which one would you choose?
The 30 days, the 30-day thing.
Okay.
The 1p one.
Okay, good. All right, so why is that? All right, why is that? Okay, so remember I said there's no right or wrong answer. But
Yeah,
so,
because
but Amulero,
I think for me,
one spoke about, but I really want to talk about something called compound interest earlier on. And that's the next point. That's one point I want us to zero onto here. Now look at this. If you have 1p that doubles every day for 30 days, all right, look at what happened. By day 15, you would have only 163 pounds, which is not much of anything. By day 20, it will be 5,242 pounds. By day 25, it will be 167,772 pounds. By day 27, you have 671,088 pounds, which is not really much, which is not near $1 million, right? By day 28, you would have 1,342,177 pounds. And by day 30, you will have 5,368,709 pounds. So now the difference between the two is something called compound interest, whereby what you invest increases over time because of the interest, and the interest it generates gets added back to the principal amount, which again gets interest on it. So 1p every day that doubles itself. So 1p at 100% interest rate, right? Okay, that doubles itself every single day for 30 days will become $5 million, 5 million pounds. Now, there is a different principle of delayed gratification, which we would talk about at some point in time during the service at church, whereby getting 1 million pounds today and waiting 30 days to get 5 million pounds. If I had asked you that question, everybody would have said they will wait 30 days to get 5 million pounds. But as you can appreciate, this is how investments work. Investment is all about delayed gratification. It's about putting something away today that over the next few years, that over a number of years, it will increase in value, okay, and it will become something of significance, right? So now I know time is seriously against us. So I want to do one very live exercise. Sister Sarah, do you still have control of the screen?
No, Brother Rowan does.
Okay, Brother Rowan, can you bring up Google for me, please? Okay, go on to Google, all right, and open up Google. Okay, so let's do two very, very practical things very quick, because I want you guys to take away these things. So thank you, Google. So now, can anybody shout out a company for me? Any company you like? Somebody. Sorry?
Dangote.
Okay, all right, no problem. Brownie one, can you type Dangote and stock in Google? No, D for Dangote. Dangote space stock. Stock, okay? Yes, all that, good. Hit enter. So let me show you guys, good. Let me show you guys how to basically, you know, put what we're talking about now into perspective. All right, so if you scroll back to so we can see the very top, please. Okay, very top. Okay, good. So Google will always present this for you. Can you see that table? So right now he's saying that Dangote's stock as at the moment is $131 per share. Okay, now in the last year or year to date, the highest it has been is 215, which is the 52-week high, it says there. And then the lowest it has been in the last 1 year is 52-week low, which is 116. Very simple. Okay, the second thing I want everybody to do for me, please, there is a tab at the top that says finance or financials. Okay, expand more this, finance, click on finance on that tab. It's supposed to do something different. That's interesting. Okay, scroll down. Okay, just go a little lower for me, please. There is usually a tab. Okay, that's interesting. Okay, you know what?
I think you could take off the stock and just put Dangote and hit finance and see.
No, usually, okay, let's do that. Okay, for this one. It normally shows finance as one of the tab options. Okay, let's try something different. Let's try Amazon. Okay. Amazon stock, space stock for me, please. Okay, enter.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Can you see the finance tab now? Is the second one that has come up. So it might just be because it's African stock. I don't know. So click on finance for me.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Thank you very much. Go away, Google. All right. So, all right. So now, okay. So, can you just scroll down so that everybody can see the graph? Okay, good. So right now, okay. So can everybody see these figures right now? Okay. So can you select year to date for me, please? Okay, good. So it may have just been because Dangote is an African region. I don't know, but these are okay. But well, anyway, so this would show you what the stock's performance over the last 1 year. Okay, so can everybody see that over the last 1 year, Amazon stock has been rising and falling, and it started, so about a year to date basically means today, a year ago. So between today and 1 year back, Amazon stock was under $2,000 a share. And today, if you look at where it is right now, it's about 2004 something or 2003 something. So you can see the growth. Then again, can you go back 5 years for me, please?
Yeah.
Okay, good. So you can see the graph shows you. So ladies and gentlemen, my point is that you don't have to search very hard to be able to tell what the stock of the company is doing. Now, can you scroll a bit further down? Good. No. Okay, good. Now, ladies and gentlemen, can you see the table beneath it? Okay, you can start to see some very key important values. Remember, we spoke about the PE ratio. Remember? The PE ratio of Amazon here is 116.41. And this is where the average of most companies is between 10 and 15. And remember what Raul taught us about PE ratio. So the higher the PE ratio, okay, the PE ratio is simply a reflection of the public's trust, of investor trust in a company. So if a lot of people believe in a company, the PE ratio will be very high. So now, brother Agent J said to us, "Oh, come and invest in me," i.e., Agent J Limited, his company. How do we know whether his company really is worth investing? The stock price may be high. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, the stock price of a company is simply what the market believes the company will be worth, not what it's currently worth. Are you with me? Very good example. Let me break that down. Sister Sarah can play the keyboard, right? And she's very good. She plays the Prince Parish. Now, if somebody was to say, let us invest in Sister Sarah, that she's going to be playing at the
Royal Albert Hall.
At the Royal Albert Hall. Okay. Now, some people can say, yeah, Bram Maxwell can say, yeah, that's a possibility. Okay, if you ask me, because Sarah is my wife, I can be biased and say, by the grace of God, I will pray until it happens, right? I'll say, yes, that's doable. But if you bring a musician over, okay, or a keyboard teacher who listens to Sarah play, the person can say, she's okay. She's okay, but I don't think she will be. Yes, it's possible for her to get to the Royal Albert Hall, but it might take 25 years. It might take 50. So you can see different people will have different sentiments about the same thing. Now, everybody might agree that Sarah will get to the Royal Albert Hall, and as a result, it can cause her stock price to be high. And that's usually what happens. So the stock price of a company is usually a reflection, right, of what the projected growth of that company will be, or how well they believe the company will do. That's why Amazon stock is very high. Then if you look at a company like Zoom, its stock has shot up like nearly 6,000% or thereabout, or 2,000%, simply because of this COVID-19, because everybody was buying Zoom. I mean, downloading Zoom stock. I beg about it, downloading the product. So you can see, if you look at, go year to date for me, please, year to date. Year to date. So think about this. 1 year ago, just 1 year ago, Zoom stock was worth just over about $67 per share. Okay, that was this time 1 year ago. Today, how much is it worth now? Now it's $171 per share. Now, is it possible that Zoom as a company, right, have done something so amazing that their stock more than doubled in the space of 1 year? Do you see what I'm saying? Has the company really grown that much that they've doubled themselves, doubled their abilities, their output, their income, all within the space of 1 year? Is that really possible? No. So the reason Zoom stock has gone up is because there's been a lot of good news, a lot of chatter about Zoom. So the stock price has gone up because people believe that if you're heading in a good direction and there's good news about you, you are definitely going to be worth more in the future. That does not mean you will do as well. Very good example in the music industry. That's why we have many one-hit wonders. You know, when they come onto the scene, everybody believes, oh, this person is going to make it. This person is going to be awesome. But a few years down the line, after 1 year, 2, 3, 5 years, they disappear. Are you with me? Remember when Kelly Rowland was more popular than Beyonce? Do you remember? When they broke out of Destiny's Child, everyone believed, oh, Kelly Rowland was going to do our thing, whatever. Where is she today? And that usually is the same thing that happens with companies and their stock prices. When there's a lot of good news about a company, their stock price goes up. And then a lot of people tend to buy these high stock as it's going up, believing that it's going to make money. But what then happens is, remember what Baru once said, the company is going to be revalued. Auditors are going to value the company, again. And when that happens, they will now produce the real value of the company. To say, well, yes, you may have sold more products, but you haven't actually innovated. Do you see my point? You haven't really grown as an organization. You've only had high sales. And the high sales that you've had, again, is short-lived. It's because of an economic condition. So which means that in the next year to date, in the next 6 months, in the next 1, 2 years, when COVID passes, Zoom stock is going to come straight down. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because it's not because the company has, it's not like Apple. Apple's growth, are you with me, is valid because in the last 10 years, look how much products Apple have produced. Are you with me? Look how much the company has grown in terms of value and in terms of their product base. Zoom hasn't. Zoom still has the one product that they have. And the product really hasn't evolved neither. It's just that because of COVID-19, people were stuck at home, so people bought more. Because people buy more of your stock because of an economic condition does not mean the company has grown. So now, if Brother Maxwell now decides, Zoom is doing well, let me go and buy stock in Zoom. Remember, the stock was only worth $67 a year before. Because of COVID, he doesn't think of COVID-19. He goes and buys stock at $171. He buys 100 pounds worth of stock. He's happy, believing that his growth will continue. But then a year later, when COVID-19 passes and Zoom as a company now gets revalued, the stock, they now say, well, the actual value of your stock plus growth is really $79. What happens to Brother Maxwell? He's lost money. This is my point. If they say it's only valued at $71, it means Brother Maxwell has basically lost $100 per share. And Zoom, if the company does not innovate, their stock may never reach 171 for the next 10 years. So these are the things, this is why it's important that we look at this. Now, just to prove it, Look at the PE ratio of Zoom. What is it?
2,000.
Can you see what I'm saying, ladies and gentlemen? The PE ratio of Zoom here says 2,000. It's higher than that of Apple. It's higher than that of Amazon. Are you with me? And Amazon can buy Zoom 1 million times over. Do you see what I'm saying? So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the intelligence that we use. You don't need to know much about a company. You don't even need to know about the income statement. All the information you need is on this screen you're looking at right now. So if you come to me and say to me, come and buy stock in one company, I will look at this, I will look at the PE ratio. And then I will ask myself, why is it that in the last 1 year or in the last 3 years, this company's stock jumped more than 100%? Now, this takes me now to where do we get such information from? The news. How many of us listen to CNN? How many of us listen to Bloomberg?
CNBC.
How many of us read the Financial Times? How many of us read The Economists? Ladies and gentlemen, this is what you should be doing if you have plans of investing. You need to know what's going on. It's not about reading the Evening Standard and the Sun newspaper and all those useless junk. I'm very sorry, but I have to call a spade a spade. If you need to know what's going on in the market, okay? So now, who can tell me a company that you think is benefiting through this COVID-19?
Amazon.
Amazon. Yes, and that's why Amazon stock is growing quite very well. Another company, anybody?
Netflix.
You know that 15% of the world's internet traffic goes to Netflix alone. Do you know that? How many of us think Netflix will not be here in 10 years' time? There you go. So now this now takes me now to my next, to my last point, which is which companies do you buy stock in? Which company? Now, before I do that, look at the values. You can see all the key values about this company that an investor needs to make a decision. It's all there on that screen. All you need to do is type the name of the company, space stock in Google and hit enter. Google will produce the graph for you. Click on financials and it will show you the breakdown. And from this, you can make, this is all you need. This gives you a summary of the balance sheet of that company. And that is what you needed to make a decision. So now the last point, because I know that I'm expecting questions, so because I want to ask this very quickly from everybody. Tell me, how now do we know which companies to invest in? Somebody should be thinking about that, all right? And it's very simple. Start with what you know, okay? If you buy iPhones, if you buy Apple stock, Apple products, think about the phone you used. Or just look around your house. How many Apple products do you have? If you find that this is what you buy, invest in the company. It's as simple as that. Which brand names do you believe in? Remember, you want to invest in companies that are that are growing. So start with what you know. There is no right or wrong company to invest in. If the company is doing well, there isn't. A very good example I mentioned, I don't know anything about fashion. I don't know anything about agriculture. I don't know anything about manufacturing. I don't know anything about pharmaceuticals. And there's so many industries, so I don't invest in them. I mentioned earlier on that I only invest in the American market. Okay, for those who are curious, one, because the American market is the biggest market in the world. It has been and has always been. It's also the most yielding market in the world. Everything yields more than 10% in America and has been for hundreds of years. So the American market is the biggest in pharmaceuticals, in agriculture, in technology, in science, everything. Okay? So when you compare the yield of, compare the FTSE 100, which is the 100 most performing companies in the UK, to the 500 most performing countries in America, the difference is fundamental. It's quite serious. Okay, the UK, the FTSE have been struggling for the last few years and will struggle for the next 3 years because of Brexit. whilst in that period, the S&P 500 will continue to grow. So that's one reason. The second reason is that America is #1 for technology. They produce all the technology that the world uses. Think about it. Facebook, Apple, LinkedIn, Twitter is all America. WhatsApp is all America. So as a result, the technology market in America is buoyant. They're #1 for it. Okay. So again, remember I said you invest in what you know, and then always make sure that you do your research. So if you want to start investing in today, go back to the question of £1,000. You have £1,000. If you want to invest £1,000, you can either go low risk, okay? But remember, low risk will not give you high yields. Right? So now let's prove it. Brother Real One, please, can you share your screen again for me, please?
Can you see my screen?
Okay, good. Can I please ask you, go to Google and type compound interest calculator. So ladies and gentlemen, I want to show you, because I promised that I can tell you that it is possible for you to be a millionaire. Now, I know I've gotten everybody's question, I've got everybody's attention. What if I tell you that it is possible for you to be a millionaire? Even Brother Maxwell showed this video immediately. No, yes, it's true. Yes, Sister Ebele, you too. It's possible for you to be a millionaire. Yes, I'm speaking to everybody listening to me today. Okay, so let's prove it. Thank you. You've come there now. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, you can do this yourself, and I believe everybody should do this, because how do you know how much to invest and how long to invest? This is how you do it. Okay, very simple. Okay, so the first thing. So now, can you change the currency to pounds for me, please, so that it's regular, so that it's important for all of us. Just go onto website and type what's it called? What did I just say again? A compound interest calculator into Google, it will come up with this. So now, Brother Sam.
Yeah.
Do you have a bulk sum of money on you to invest right now? Just hypothetically speaking. Say yes or no.
Let's go with the £1,000 you're talking about. Okay,
£1,000. So Brother Sam has £1,000 right now. That with as a bulk. Can you type £1,000 in the base amount for me, please? Okay, 1,000, good. So that's what he has. Now, Brother Sam, how old are you, please? You are 38, am I right?
Yep.
You're 38 years old. So yeah, Brother Sam is 38 years old. Okay, so let's say Brother Sam wants to invest for the next 20 years till he's 68. Okay, all right. So can you please? Okay, so go down to the period. Okay, type no 20 years. 20 years. No, sorry, 30 years.
30 years. Yeah.
Okay, so now, but because Brother Sam is young, and I know that there are some people who are slightly older, let's try and make this relevant to everybody. So please make it 20 years for me, please. 20 years, okay? Good, thank you. So now we know we know that the highest there are some investments that can yield as high as 14% annual returns. A very good example is the S&P 500. Okay, but let's keep it. Let's add Corona to it. Let's add market crashes over the next 20 years to it. Let's add inflation and trouble. So put 8%. Okay. So we're not going for 14. We're not going to the top end, which is the average normally. Let's put 8%. Okay. In fact, let's make it 6%. Okay. So this is saying that Brother Sam's money would grow at a 6% rate every year. Okay. Good. So let's go further down now. Compound interval, we wanted to count, make it yearly so that we don't have too much data on the screen. All right. Now, Brother Sam, how much realistically can you, save every month? Add to this every month.
Let's say £50 to be realistic.
£50. Okay. You're not ready to invest. I'm sorry. Okay.
What would you recommend?
No, watch this, and I'll prove it for you. Add £50 there.
Brother Sam, you can invest £50 in me.
All right. Now, click investment. Everybody, please watch this. Okay. So now, hold on. Don't scroll down yet. No, go back to the top. Go back to the top. Back to the top of the grid. Thank you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, what this screen has simply done is basically done. It's a time machine, and it's fast forwarded into the future to tell you what the money is going to be worth. Let me just explain the headers, and then we look at the value at the bottom. So the header says year one. If Brother Sam invests, remember he's got £1,000 in there. If he adds £50 to that £1,000 every single month, in the first year, he will have £600, right, invested. Now, if the interest he would have made for that first year at 6% will be £79.33, right? The total amount of his of money he will have in his pot will be 1,600 at the end of the first year. Remember, he had £1,000 in there, and he invested £50 every month, right? The total he would then have is £1,679.33. Let's remind ourselves of what the that balance is again. He put 1,000 lump sum, and he added £50 every month. That is all he has done. At the end of the first year, he will have 1,679.33. Okay. At the end of the second year, he will have 2,399. At the end of the fifth year, he will have how much? 4,829. Can we see the way it's going? And now at the end of the 10th year, he will have 9,954. That, remember, that he's only putting £50 away every month. At the end of 10 years, he will have that. Now go to the bottom. At the end of 20 years, he will have £25,989 in that account. That, ladies and gentlemen, is the power of compound interest. So, which means if Brother Sam starts today and he starts putting £50 away, plus £1,000 initial deposits, he will have that. Now, I want to show everybody something. Can you go back to the top for me, please? Everybody remember this figure, 25,009. Remove the balance at the top and make it 0. I want to prove a point that you don't need lump sums. Now, go back to the bottom and run calculate again. Remember that the first value was 25,900. Now, if you go back to after 20 years, at the bottom, please scroll down. Now, he has 22,789, which means if Brother Sam only invested £50 every single month with no lump sum, in 20 years' time, he will have £22,000 in that account. So if Brother Sam, sets up an investment account, okay, using eToro or Vanguard or Hargreaves and Lansdowne or any of the tools out there, and all he's doing is putting £50 in there every month to buy from, say, the S&P 500. And remember, the S&P 500 return is on average of 14%. But we are using 6% here to say, we don't know what the future will hold. He will have £22,000 in that account. Now, can you go back up one more time for me, please? Thank you. All right. Okay. So now let's leave 0, 6 years, 20%. Now, realistically, okay. Now we know that Sister Ngozi likes Chanel bags. Sister Ngozi, how much can you save every month? Yeah. So now, serious investors now, how much can you save every month? Your microphone is muted. All we're saying is your mouth. Go on. No.
300.
Okay, 300. So Ngozi wants to make it.
Ngozi, they show me up.
Please run the value.
Angel, I'll give you better returns.
Scroll down to the bottom for me, please. So, again, can you see the figure now? It's now 106,000. Now remember that. Remember,
we're friends, though.
Okay, there is no lump sum whatsoever. It's just putting 300 pounds into, say, like the S&P 500. Now remember, Stangosi wants to buy a house. Okay, now, or maybe she doesn't want to buy a house. Maybe she just wants to save up the money so she can do whatever she likes. But you're putting 300 pounds away every month into the S&P 500. Compound interest is working on it. There is no lump sum on top of that. That is just that. Now, let me now show you something. Now, okay, Agent J, aka the money man. How much every month?
Everyone, you have to borrow this month first.
How much can you put aside every month?
Okay, if we say 600 pounds.
600 pounds. Double that? 600 pounds?
No,
Okay, be friends.
600 pounds? Can you run that for me, please? If Agent J decides to minimize his spending, minimize his lifestyle, and is putting away 600 pounds for the next 200 years, for the next 20 years, okay, in the S&P 500, the money will be worth to the 273,000 when he needs it in 20 years' time.
That's your retirement money. Ready.
Now,
Yeah.
okay, all right. Sister Sarah. Hello, darling.
Money woman.
Hello.
Hello.
Are you right?
Yeah.
Cool. Okay, so let's assume that no more handbags for you for the foreseeable future. All right. So then we then decide. We'll talk about that later. We then decide that we want to shift some of that. Tell me, how much can you put away every month? I think that you really want to do it. Like this is like Spartan. Okay. Go on, talk to me.
So let's say combined, let's put £1,000 in there.
So combined. Okay, when he says combined, you know who she's combining with. Okay, so combined. So combined, we want to put £1,000 in there. Okay, now, yes, calculate that for me, please. So if we are putting £1,000 away every month, we get 455,000, and that will be money sitting there that has been accumulating over time.
Sorry,
now,
Pastor, make it 1,200. Sorry, I meant.
Okay, make it 1,200.
Hey, too much money.
1,200. Okay, run that for me, please. So that's over $500,000. We're getting close, aren't we? That's over.
What about deposits?
Now,
I'm interested to know.
Sorry?
I'm interested to know about deposits because, you know, some people may have deposits that they don't know how to, you know, what to do with it.
What to do with it. So hold on a second. Leave deposits alone because deposits are the lump sums. So let's leave those alone for a moment. Can you now go back to the top for me? Okay. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, that the percentage we are using here is not actually realistic because the S&P 500 performs on average of 14% and it's been doing that for years. But now let's make that 10%. Okay, let's bring it closer to reality. Not 610, just 10%. Okay, so if the money grows by 10% every year, now run that for me, please. At £1,200 deposit. Scroll to the bottom. How much is that?
Jeez. 868,000.
Ladies and gentlemen, when I tell you I can predict your financial future, this is what I'm saying. Okay? Yeah, this is exactly what I'm saying. So we're talking about 20 years, not 30 years, 20 years. Okay? Now, watch this from everybody now. So now, can you go back up now for me, please? So now, Sister Sarah and I decide that it's time for us to have a side hustle. Can I get an amen in the house if you know what I'm talking about?
Amen.
It's time for us to have a side hustle. If that means selling used clothes on Amazon, if that means doing a side gig, are you with me? If that means taking out some additional overtime, whatever, or doing whatever we can to raise a bit more money, can you please make that for me 2,500?
Oh, hallelujah.
Now, can you run the calculation for me, please?
Jeez.
Now go down. How much is that? That is 2 million. That's nearly 2 million in 20 years. Okay. So now maybe somebody says to me, well, but I don't know how I can get £2,500 every single month to put away. No problem. Let's go back up. Okay, go back up. Reduce that back to 1,200 for me, please. Okay, then the period, put the period at 30 years. Okay, so Brother Sam is 38, so by this time it's going to be 68. Scroll down and run the figure for me, please. Remember that the base amount is still 0, so there is no lump sum deposit. Run that for me, please. Scroll down. That is how much? 2.5 million. So which means now the Bible says a good man leaves an inheritance for his children's children. So it means Brother Sam right now can leave an inheritance for his children's children. Do you see that? In the next 30 years.
And that's his retirement age, isn't it? According to Brother.
Correct. Yes.
Yeah, 68.
Yes.
That's the retirement age.
Your retirement age. 68 is your retirement age as of today. But Sam can have 2.5 million in his account. So you see, when I say I can make Brother Sam a millionaire, I know what I'm talking about. He can have that. Okay, so now, but it means that he needs to put money away today. Now, let's now go back up. Okay, let's go back to the data we have for everybody to see. Remember, you can do this yourself. I didn't build this. Just type compound interest calculator in Google, and it'll give. And I'm sure we remember compound interest from primary school. For those of us, that studied in Africa, it was one of those formulas we were taught in primary school. They just didn't tell us the value of it.
Everything about 100.
Principal times rate times time divided by 100.
Yeah.
They taught us this in primary school in Nigeria, and it's part of the African curriculum. They just never taught us what to do and the importance of which is the sad bit. So we're looking at this screen, everybody, all right? And we know that if I can put my investment in something that yields at least 10% return annually. So what can we learn from this? You don't just put your money in anything. Now, remember Brother Sam is investing £1,200 a month, and in 30 years, it will be 2.5 million. Okay, and inflation will not touch his money because it will be worth 2.5 million of time value. Okay, now check this out. If Brother Sam goes to put his money in, say, a business that is only giving him 3% return, or like bonds, if he was putting 1,200 in bonds, can you please type 3.4% there? Okay, the money will be guaranteed. It will be there for him, 3.4. Can you run the calculation for me, please? Remember, it was worth 2.5 mil. Go to the bottom. How much would the money be worth? 744,000. That's so. If you invest £1,200 in bonds for the next 30 years, it will guaranteed be there. It will be there guaranteed, but it will only be worth 744,000. But if you invest it in stocks and shares over 30 years, it potentially will be worth 2.4 million. Can you see the difference in the two? That's why bonds is low risk. So what is our takeaway from this? Let's go now to the top as I summarize, and then I'll ask questions. Okay, so our takeaway from this is very important. First and foremost, you don't need to add a lump sum. You see that our lump sum is 0. That field called base amount is lump sum. Okay, let's make matters nice. Let's say that Sister Sarah has £20,000 in her piggy bank. Okay,
that's a big piggy bank.
That's a very big piggy bank. If you type 20,000 pounds in there, put that back to 10%. Okay, because she's going to invest in stocks and shares. Scroll to the bottom for me, please.
Is the monthly deposit the same?
Monthly deposit is still the same. Run it. Scroll to the bottom. How much is it going to be worth? Nearly 3 mil. That's what 20,000 pounds that she added originally. Now, where would the 20,000 pounds come from? It could be from a consolidation of our pensions. Do you see what I'm saying? Stangosi was like, ooh, yes, it could be from the consolidation of our pensions. So basically, because the pension companies, they invest your money in whatever they like. Are you with me? You have no control over them. So I would advise you, if you're working for any company, first thing you should do, go online. It's free to set up a personal pension pot. Okay, it's very free to do so. Then set it up. In fact, set it up and then tell them that you want to move all your pension funds into it. Whatever company you set it up on, they will do it for you for free. Okay, so they will grab or they will contact Scottish Widows or wherever your pensions are, and they will migrate all the money from wherever it is into your SIP, and you'll be able to see the money live. The only thing that you can't take it out. Now, then you cannot decide where you want to put it. So you can invest it in bonds if you like. You can invest it in the S&P 500 if you like. But then your employer will contribute into your SIP. And the more they add money into it, so that 1,200 pounds that Sarah is contributing every day, it might just be that it's only 600 pounds of it or 500 pounds of it is coming out of our own pocket. It could be that plus your employer's contribution, that may be making up 1,200 that is being invested into your S&P 500 every month. Does someone think that's valuable to know? Yes, and that may be how you make up that money. But as far as investment is concerned, 1,200 pounds is going in every single month. In 30 years, that money will be worth nearly 3 million. That is how you can be a millionaire. Is everybody with me?
Yes, Pastor, we are with you.
So I'm going to stop right now. There's been a lot of talking, okay, between Brother Mulero and I. So let's stop all the talking now. Let's ask questions. Does anybody have any questions? Okay.
Just one question. Is it easy to open one of those accounts? You just go into those companies and just open an account?
Yes, it
How
is.
easy? Okay.
Yes, it will take you all of 5 minutes. All that we ask you for, I didn't think we had time now because I don't want to keep people longer than they should. If we had time, I would have opened an account right now in front of everybody.
Cool.
Okay. Yes.
Understood.
It takes all of 5 minutes. Okay, so you can go to Vanguard, for instance. Vanguard, I recommend Vanguard to people because Vanguard has the lowest commission rates. Okay, Vanguard has a very, very low commission rate. All right, I think it starts like 0.01%. Okay, to manage your index funds and whatnot. All right, and that works out to be like their charge is like $10 a year.
Oh my God!
Okay, for every $10,000 you add to your pot, they will charge you $10 a year. Okay, so that's all. So it's cheaper to do that. If you click on submit my application, you see all that we ask you for is your name, your number, your address, and they will ask you for your NI. Because by law, every financial institution must ask for your national insurance number. Okay, so that when you come to sell your stock, there might be some tax liabilities on it, and you know how the government is. Yeah, they want their share of it. So there will be some tax. Now, I won't go into how to pick stocks. I think that should be a master class. Otherwise, we'll sleep here tonight. So that would be a master class that we can do for those who are interested, who now want to go on to the next step. Then what we can do is have a mini session whereby we'll actually go on to stocks and we'll pick up some stocks and tell you about them and then even buy them in front of your very eyes and you see what it's like. Are you with me?
This is what Pastor was talking about. The S&P 500.
Correct.
Yeah.
In single payment, and you make, you basically tell them how much you're putting every month, and they'll take that out of your bank account.
Yeah.
And then you can invest for 20 years, 30 years, however
That's
long you
amazing. That is amazing. We need to do the masterclass, but because I think other people want to start this thing in. So let's round up. We can do that in the masterclass.
Okay, that's good.
President, just one question before you guys go, please.
One more question.
Yeah, Brahma.
Yes, please. Don't say it's a dumb question. What does the acronym S&P, what does it stand for, please?
Standard and Poor.
Standard and Poor.
Yes, Standard and Poor. Okay.
Oh my God.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, no, that's fine. That's fine.
Not a silly question.
Just to be clear, there's no such thing as a silly question. It's answers that can be silly. There's no such thing as a silly question. So please ask. Okay. I didn't know. I had to look it up. Are you with me? So I'm not taking credit for that. Okay. Any other questions?
My question is, hello.
Yeah, go on, Sachin. Go on. Sorry, say that again, Sachin. Say that again.
To buy Google shares, where do I go?
Okay, you go. Okay, very good example. If you go, okay, so to buy Google shares, like I said, there are many platforms for this. Okay, so a very good example is to go to what's it called, Vanguard. You can buy Google shares on Vanguard. You can, even if you go into Google and type buy Google shares, there are so many brokers that sell stock. Okay, so a very good example, brother Real One said uses eToro. So eToro
for Google.
Yes, exactly. Yes, so just type in Google.
So Google's parent. So the Google's parent is called Alphabet. So when you look for Google, it comes up as Alphabet, because Alphabet is the parent company.
Okay.
So you simply just press Google and you press trade, and then so basically you go to buy, and we just want to buy 1 unit, let's say 1 unit, and we know the price of 1 unit is $1,410.
Yes.
And literally that's all you do. You set your order because it's the weekend. The markets are closed.
Okay.
So if I set the order now, when the market opens 9 o'clock US time, it triggers that price that I've set for it. But the problem is you might set your order at this price, but then if the market opens and Google goes higher, let's say Google opens at, I don't know, $1,420, because you've set your price at 1,410. Your order won't be activated. Does that make sense? Yeah. So yeah, that's essentially.
So does that answer your question?
So you can use many platforms. This is just the one that I use. Pastor uses something different. I'm sure other people use other different platforms.
So
yeah, there are various platforms you can use. I use eToro as well, but I also have the Joseph platform. So.
Praise the Lord. Yeah, just one more question again before you close, please, if you don't mind. Can you hear me, please?
Yeah.
We're listening.
Okay, so Pastor and Brother Real One specifically. So the bottom line of what you've just taught today is that it's not only just putting money aside, you must make your money work for you.
Okay.
In terms of investing them in a...
Sorry to interject, Brahma. So just to clarify, putting money aside is a bad idea. Okay.
Oh.
If you have a savings account or you have an account where you're just dumping money is a bad idea. The reason is because money depreciates. So £1 million 10 years ago is not worth £1 million today.
Absolutely, I agree with you, Pastor.
So remember that money depreciates. So what you want is you don't want to keep money under your bed like our grandfathers used to do. When they would dig it, put money in it, to bring it out years to come. We don't want to do that because what £1 million can buy 10 years ago, you need more than £1 million to buy it today.
Absolutely.
You see my point? So rather than saving money, we want to save the value of money.
Save the value of the money.
Does that make sense? We don't want to save the money. We want to save the value of the money. And the way to save the value of the money is to put money to work. So invest money, okay? So, and then as value increases, the value of your money increases.
Absolutely.
So please carry on.
I'm sorry, just to add to what Pastor said, Brother Maxwell, look up, there's a terminology called fiat money. So
fiat.
Fiat. So FIAT money. So it just explains like money doesn't really have value. So you can't really keep money aside because the value, the way money has value is just because the government maintains its value per se. So
you guys are on another level. We're trying fiat now.
That's why we need the second installment, the next level. So we have to have the.
God bless you, Brother Maxwell. Please finish your question, sir.
Yeah, that's basically what I wanted to clarify. You know, because I'm coming on this platform with an open mind.
That's good.
And at the same time, I found this Express as a learning curve here because I've learned a lot just between the next 2 hours that I've been listening to you guys.
God bless you.
I could see that I have not started at all.
Grandma Kay had a question as well.
Okay, Grandma Kay.
Yes, I wanted to know that if we want to invest, how are we going to start today on the compound one of zero investment and monthly contribution?
Okay, that's fantastic, Grandma. That's a really very good question. It's exactly as Abraham has highlighted earlier on. So a very good example. Okay, now remember. Okay, let me clarify something. There are different platforms, like we have said. Vanguard is one of them. Vanguard is, in my opinion, is one of the best ones, if not the best one. But here is the thing: there are many platforms that allows you to trade. In fact, Brother Joseph was joking earlier when he said he has his own platform. We can come together in Friends Parish and create our own platform and put it out there and get people to use our platform to invest. Are you with me? So the platform is just software. The difference between platforms is the commission that the platform providers charge. Are you with me? So the way how it works is that Trading 212, for instance, they may charge you 0.5% annually, right, for your trades. Or on top of that, they may charge you a transaction fee. Some platforms don't charge transaction fee. A transaction fee is when you are buying or when you are selling, they charge you, because you are using their platform to buy and sell. So a very good example, right? Okay, so a very good example. We use a platform called H&L, and H&L charges when we buy a stock, okay, and they will also charge when we sell stock. Most platforms do, if not all of them. But it's the amount that they charge you that matters. So the difference between buying and platforms, basically, my recommendation is always look for a platform that charges you less, because you don't want to pay nobody wants to pay a lot in fees. This is why I recommend Vanguard.
Okay, so Pastor, so you're saying look at Vanguard and look at Hargreaves and Lansdowne, then look at other examples like that. Those are platforms. That's the step one.
What I am saying, to be very clear, is of all the platforms that there is, okay, simply the cheapest one, the one that charges at the cheapest rates by far officially is Vanguard. And the reason is because Vanguard as a company are the ones that actually created the original index funds. So, and in fact, Vanguard used to be the one that sells all index funds originally, until other platforms started buying through them and rebranding them with their own names. Barclays Bank sells stock. They have their own platform. Lloyds TSB has their own platform. NatWest has HSBC. Almost every organization has, even Virgin. There is Virgin Money. Virgin. So
is it that you write into Google trading platform?
Yes.
And we have an example today. Okay, maybe
Vanguard.
When we are out of
Vanguard.
I will commit Pastor to show me.
I want to be clear, so.
Yes, go ahead, go ahead.
Because of time, maybe we come out of that one and open team view.
God bless the grandma.
So team view.
Okay. So what you are saying now is concerning the share and the bond.
Yes.
Because I used to buy and sell on eBay before, and I stopped for some reasons. I think I'm not patient enough to stand the watching and the, I don't know, I think I'm just not quite patient, and then I discovered that the house is becoming cluttered with my stuff.
Yes.
So you are saying that it is better to buy and sell the bond of the company that I buy from instead of just stocking the house.
Okay. That's a really very good question. Now, two things, my darling sister Ola, two things you do understand. It is not every company that sells bonds. Okay?
Okay.
Let's remind ourselves of what bonds simply are. A bond simply a debt. That's all that it is. Are you with me? A bond, a company, usually is very large companies that tend to issue bonds. A very good example, telecom companies. So a very good example, let's say we did 5G with the lucky now. Let's say EE wants to install a 5G max all over Britain, okay, or basically all over Europe. Now they estimate the project, and the project will cost 25 billion. Okay. Instead of EE, okay, thank you for that. God bless you. So let's say, for instance, EE wants to install 5G masts all over the world, so all over Europe, and they estimate the project at 25 billion. EE can say we don't have 25 billion in the bank. So we have two options. Either go to the bank to go and get a loan or 25 billion. Well, I know loans have high interest, or we basically issue bonds. So what that simply means is that EE would say, look, we have 25 billion that we're trying to raise. We want people to come and give us money, right? And over 5 years, we will pay back everybody that has given us money plus 3%. A very good example, Sister Chinye says, no, actually, Agent J, the businessman, says, Pastor, I have got this business, okay? If you can give me 25 pounds, right? I'm trying to raise money. If you give me 25 pounds, I promise you that in 5 years' time, I will give you 25 pounds plus 3% of what your money, of the 25 pounds. Does that make sense? That's what a bond is. So usually it's very large companies that issue bonds, okay? And bonds are usually associated with projects as well. So companies don't just have bonds open, no. It's usually when they have big projects or there's something they're trying to do that they'll put bonds out. Governments are usually the main people, are usually the ones that they usually have bonds all the time. Every country in the world, their governments issue bonds. A very good example, in a bid to raise the money for COVID-19, the follow money that the government is using to pay people at home, the British government issued bonds in February this year. How many of us actually know that? They issued COVID-19 bonds, asking investors to please come and give them money. They're trying to raise 6.6 billion. So yes, it was in the news, if you were paying attention to the right news, people. Okay, so okay. So my darling sisters, Sister Ola, so that's what it is. So rather, if you want to invest in a company, okay, rather than buy their store, their products, I would say buy their stock. So I once shared with us some time ago that my wife and I, we canceled our Sky. We canceled Sky, like, I don't know, I think it's like nearly 3 years now, or 5 years, nearly 5 years. We canceled Sky Digital. We have had Sky for over 12 years at home. We're paying Sky £65 a month. We had all the channels, plus the children's channels and the sports for when my brothers, my in-laws, everybody come over to watch sports. But then 5 years ago, we chose to cancel Sky. And instead, around that time, we bought stock in Sky. So instead of buying Sky products, their TV, we invested the same. I invested 120 pounds in Sky. And then about 10 months later, it was announced that Disney was buying Sky. And what did you think happened to the Sky stock? Exactly. The stock went up like nearly 6,000%. And I'm not kidding. Because when I sold that stock, we got thousands of pounds out of it from 120 quid. So it's just a different way of looking at stocks. Are you with me? That for instance, instead of buying an iPhone, if you had invested to the same 250 pounds that the first iPod was sold, going back some 15 years, if you bought that instead of buying the iPod, today that money would have worth nearly 40,000.
Yep.
Yeah, so my point is that if you've got the money, rather than buy products and hope to sell them, and remember products they devalue, right? A very good example, nobody wants a 10-year-old Mercedes anymore, do you? Aha. So if you bought a Mercedes-Benz car 10 years ago, brand new, and you kept it in your garage, brand new, never driven, nobody will buy it from you today because it's considered a 10-year Mercedes. But if you put the same money in Mercedes stock 10 years ago, it will be worth a lot more today. So that's the way to think. To think from being a consumer to being an investor. Investors do not buy rubbish. They don't just buy stuff. They rather buy the company than buy the company's products. Sister Ola, does that help at all? Does that help? Does that answer your question?
Very well, sir. Thank you, sir.
God bless you. Ladies and gentlemen, anybody else? Anybody else?
Yes, me. I have two questions on S&P.
Yes, go on.
If you decide to say you want to invest in S&P today, say, assume you want to invest £50 every month, and then probably in 6 months' time, can you increase the amount of investments?
Yes, you can. Yeah. Yes, you can.
And then if after you decide to say you want to do it just for 10 years, and after 10 years, can you now take that lump sum and reinvest it into S&P as well?
Yes, you can.
Okay.
Yes,
and then,
yes.
Okay. And then for the 5 rules of investment, number 2, you said, do not invest money you're not willing to lose.
Yes.
Does it mean that at every point in time, the money you invest should be less than your savings?
No, that's not what it means. That's not what it means. Okay, now let me start this way. Let me start this way for everybody to understand. Ladies and gentlemen, please, I want to be clear. This is very important. Can everybody please loan me your attention? Very important. Everybody should have 3 accounts. Everybody should have 3 accounts. I've said this before in church, and I'm going to say it again. Every home, every family should have 3 accounts. If you don't have 3 different accounts today, this should be a takeaway for your family, for your household today. So the first account is your current account. Everybody has got that. That's where your income from your job always goes into. Okay, that's your current account. Then everybody needs a savings account. Okay, now what do you need a savings account for? A savings account is just your emergency fund. That's all it is. Emergency fund is that your washing machine packed up. Okay, your washing machine packed up. You know, you didn't plan, you need to buy a new washing machine. I'll give you a very good example. One day we woke up and our fridge was not working anymore. Okay, so my darling wife and I, we didn't have fridge as part of our monthly expense. You see what I'm saying? That was weird. So we called an engineer. The engineer came out, had a look at it, tinkered with it, charged us 120 pounds for coming out and to tell us that we need another fridge. Do you see my point? So all those kind of unplanned money should come out of your savings. Remember, your savings account is just emergency fund. Your child wakes up one morning, comes back from school sad, saying that all her friends have a bike and she doesn't, and they are bullying her at school. And you needed to go to Toys R Us or wherever to go and buy your child a bike. You take that out of your savings. Now, let's talk about savings a little bit further. How much should anybody have in their savings? It is recommended that before you start looking at investment, which is the third account, you need to have at least 3 months worth of living expenses in your savings account. What does that mean? How much does your family spend how much money do you spend every month to maintain your home? Everybody should know that. How much is your living expenses? How much is your rent, your bill, electricity, gas, when you food, shopping, date night? When you add everything together, how much your home spend? Let's assume it's £2,000 every month. That's what your family spends, right? So that amount, you should have 3 times it in your savings account, in your emergency fund. So it means everybody, before you're thinking investment, you need to first save up to fill up your emergency fund with at least 3 months living expenses. Which means if you lose your job all of a sudden, you will not commit suicide. The first thing that happens is you won't worry, how do I feed? That's the second rule. Then after you have 3 months living expenses in your savings account, the next thing is that you now set up something called an investment account or an investment fund. Are you with me? And then every overflow you put in that. So you see, ladies and gentlemen, when you understand that linear structure, you understand that the money you're putting in your investment account is money that you can do without. Am I correct? Yes, it's not money. So when we say that you only invest money that you can afford to lose, how many of us can afford to lose all of our emergency fund? Anybody? No. Who thinks that investing all of your emergency fund is wise? No, that's the point. So, ladies and gentlemen, everybody knows about investment, but people don't plan for the rainy day. If we go scriptural, the 5 virgins that had extra oil, that was their emergency fund. That was not their investment fund. So if you don't have an emergency fund today, it means that you are living on the edge. Now, remember, it doesn't mean that you have to save it up in 1 month. Remember, it can take you a year to save up in your emergency fund. How many of us know that? It can take you longer, but minimum you must have at least 3 months living expenses. Because now the calculation is, if you lose your job, how long will it take you to be able to get another job? In this current market, in this current economy, it will take you at least 3 months. In that 3 months, you will need income. That's what your emergency fund for. So now if it's normal and you are highly skilled and there is so much, most of your job around, then maybe you get a job in a month. You know, you apply, you get an interview and you go for it and you get a job. But realistically, it will be 3 months. So if you don't have a job for 3 months, how do you live? How do you survive? That's where the emergency fund comes in. Okay? Emergency fund is not where you take holiday money from. Are you with me? It's there to make sure that your family continues. In IT, we call it disaster recovery fund. If a disaster happens, how you recover. Sister Ngozi, does this answer your question?
Sorry, Pastor, you just said something now. You said your emergency fund is not where you take your holiday funds from. Mm-hmm. But you're supposed to have 3 accounts. One for your current account, your savings, mm-hmm. and the investments. Mm-hmm. The investment should be like probably the one you invest in S&P, for instance. Yep. Yeah. Okay. So your money for holiday, where do you take it from? Okay, that's very good. So now usually I always say to people that this is where you have a credit card. This is what credit cards are for. Are you with me? This is what credit cards are for.
First and foremost, if you're going on holiday, I always tell people, please do not use money from your current account to pay for holidays. Don't do that. The reason is because that the money in your current account is not at all protected, which means that if your flight fails or there's an issue or there's and you're trying to get your money back from the airline, God help you. Good luck with that. Okay, because if you use your own money to pay for holidays, for flights, for hotels, if there's a problem and you need a refund, you cannot get it back. That's one. So, but if you use a credit card to pay for holidays and whatnot, if there's a problem, you are protected automatically. The credit card company will get the money back with no hassle on your part. So that's one benefit. Two, credit cards build your history, your credit history. So if you have a desire to go on holiday, you need to save up for that one separately.
Okay.
That is not your emergency fund. Remember, okay, what's Stangosi? Imagine you went on holiday, you took the money out of your emergency fund, and whilst you're on holiday, they announced that your company has just made you redundant. What do? It has happened to me before. My wife and I, we went on holiday December. We started the year in January. I got to the office in January only to be called that all middle management, then all of us, had all been made redundant. And we just came out from holiday. Literally January. So imagine if we had used our emergency fund. Do you see my point? So we come back, how do we put it back? So you don't use your emergency fund. You save up for holiday separately. And then after you have saved up for the holiday separately, you use your credit card to pay for the holiday, right? And at the end of the month, you pay your credit card back. The full amount. Otherwise, you pay interest.
So in that case, we should have 4 accounts.
No. Oh, well, you could. You could have 4 accounts if you like.
The 4th account would be holiday account.
Yes. Yeah. Okay, Grandma, you could do that. Okay. You could also, or you can call that account your projects account.
Project account. Okay.
Yes. Okay. You can call that your project account, and you can throw some little bits into there from time to time.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So let's say, for instance, you want to build an extension on your house. You want to save up for that. You want to save up for a car. You want to save up for one thing or the other. You can throw it into that account. But operationally, you have your operational account every month where all your direct debits and everything leave. Mm-hmm. Normally, I say to people at the end, just before payday, whatever is left in your current account, move it into your emergency fund.
But there is one thing I want to know.
Go ahead, ma'am.
I'm looking at it from different perspectives now.
Okay.
Assuming, though you did not have the multiple of 3 expenses in your savings,
okay,
is it still realistic that you can still put about £50 into an investment account?
Okay.
Tentatively, though you are putting, let's say you have £200, you now put £50 on projects, £50 on savings, and £50 on investments.
Okay, that's a very good question, Grandma. God bless you, man. That's a fantastic question. So Grandma wants to diversify from the very beginning. What are the risks associated with that? Remember that the more money you have in your emergency fund, your emergency fund is your life wire.
Yes.
Okay. The more money you have in your emergency fund, the faster you can recover.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? Any money you put in your investment account, you don't have access to it till later down the line. You know that?
Yes.
Aha. Now, so you want to have access to money. Now, so if you have £150 and you say you will put £50 in your investment account, okay, so you invest £50, you put £50 in your emergency fund.
You can put 100 in your emergency fund.
Okay, you good. You put 100 in your emergency fund. You put £50 in your projects fund or project account, and you invest 50. That's fine. You can do that. But remember that if an emergency comes, you will combine the projects account and the emergency fund together. That's
yes,
generally what you would do.
because you have something in project account already.
Yes.
So you can combine it with the emergency fund.
Yes,
But
that
at
is
least
very
you have something in investment going on.
Yes. Grandma, you're very right. That's a good idea. If you do that, that's fine. The benefits of doing that is that you have an ongoing investment already, however small it might be.
Mm-hmm.
But remember that if you don't have enough money to bounce back in your emergency fund, right, your investments will stop.
But you still have a project fund.
Yes, Grandma, but that's my point though, that God forbid, if an emergency happens, let's say an emergency happens, you lose your job today, it takes you 3 months to get another job back. The combined money you have in your projects account and your emergency fund will only last you maybe 2 months or 1 month. It means that you will go bankrupt. Do you see what I'm saying?
Because the money you are putting in investment will not be much to say you want to go there anyway.
Yes, you can't even reach it.
It's not even just that, Grandma.
Pardon?
You can't even touch the investment.
Exactly, that's what I mean. But at least you will know that that one will be growing somewhere which you don't want to know.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
And you concentrate. It's just a matter of disciplining yourself. And you make sure that you are increasing your emergency fund.
Okay. Grandma.
Once the emergency fund is increased, then the project fund might be minimum, and you will make sure you don't buy anything to create projects.
Okay. All right, Grandma.
I don't know. I'm just asking.
Okay. So let me answer your question, Grandma. So now let's look at things from a data perspective. All right.
Mm-hmm.
The most important thing is for Grandma to be able to survive.
Yes.
It's not the future. You see, investment is about the future. Okay, so that you can live in the future. But priority is that you can live now.
At present. Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? So this is why, if you ask me, the emergency fund is the most important one, not investment.
Okay.
Does that make sense? So I would tell you, and as I'm saying to everybody listening to me today, you must have an emergency fund. And if you want to know when you can relax a little bit and be comfortable that, okay, I have done my due diligence, save up 3 months of your income.
Mm-hmm.
So not your income, your expenditures. So now with couples, Brother Maxwell and Sister Chinye, that may be a bit easier for the two of you. Does that make sense? Because if you're both working and your total bills in the house is £1,000, it might take you 3 months or 6 months to be able to have to save up 3 months expenditure for your family. Okay? Or if you're a single person like Brother Real One and you have a high income, you can just discipline yourself over 1 year to make sure that you've saved that amount of money, depending on how long it takes you. But the operational cost of your family, you need at least 3 months of it stashed away. Now, what I now tell people is after about a year, if there are no emergencies, depending on what the market is like, I always take a quarter of our emergency fund and I move it into investment.
Okay.
You see my point? Because I don't want to have too much money in cash. Remember, cash devalues. So after about 2 years, are you with me? If there is no emergencies, I just move a quarter, divide that emergency fund into 3, take 1, throw it into investment, and I only leave 2 months there, and I start topping that up gradually over time. But it's important that you have a safety net, because God will not catch us in a bad economy, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
He expects us to think wisely. Good. Any other questions? Please, this is the time to ask. Okay, good. So now last point for me is as you know, I like to recommend reading material. I believe in people growing and growing smart. So how do we do that? First thing, ladies and gentlemen, I mentioned I've got a few books. If you want to learn about money, okay, about the whole the book the entry-level book on investing. I've recommended this book. Please, I am not being paid to recommend any book. All of these books come from my personal library. You know me, I'm a reader, and I encourage people to read. The first book I'm going to recommend to everybody, I've done this before, is Rich Dad, Poor Dad. It's a small book. It's a simple book to read, but this book will teach you everything you need to know about money management. It's basically the basics. This is where you start from. Rich Dad, Poor Dad. I recommend this book for everybody to read. Please invest. Remember, the greatest investment you can have is in yourself. So now, for instance, how many of us invest in themselves every year? Anybody? How many of us have an investment fund for themselves? I do. I invest 1% of my annual salary in buying books every year. Oh, do you think Pastor just buy books just because he buys books? No, I have a strategy. I invest 1% of my annual salary buying books. That's me. Okay, so good. Remember that we're not taught these things in school. So Rich Dad, Poor Dad is the first book I recommend to everybody to buy. Buy this book. It's about £5 or thereabout, but it will be the best £5 what you ever spent in your life. Buy it on Amazon. It will teach you everything you need to know from a foundation, and it's a very easy read. You can see it's not a big book. The pages are small, but it's brilliant. So that's the first one. Then after you've read this, there is a follow-up book called The Cash Flow Quadrants by the same author. This is an amazing book. This book will tell you about the 4 categories that people belong to. Okay, we have the employed, the E quadrant. We have the self-employed, the S quadrant. We have the business owner, the B quadrant, and we have the investor, the I quadrant. This book will also teach you how to move from one quadrant to the other. Everybody should end up in the investor quadrant, and this book will teach you how to do that. It's a very simple book to read. Again, I think it's about £6, or this one's about £6 or £7, slightly more expensive. Read this book, get it on Amazon. It's called The Cash Flow Quadrant. It's a brilliant book, ladies and gentlemen. Now, if you now want to learn about stocks and shares and how to be smart with your money, now this is a level up. Now this is introductory books, introductory knowledge. Then for standardized knowledge, when you get to a point where you now want to know how to run with your money and manage it efficiently, if you own a business or one thing and you want to be efficient and productive, buy this book. It's by Tony Robinson. The book is called Unshakable. This book single-handedly transformed my thinking. And then there's a follow-up book which is slightly bigger. This is the Bible of Money. And the book is also by Tony Robinson, and this one is called Money Master the Game. Every successful investor of all time, every one of them, from Warren Buffett to Bill Gates to whatever his name is, they all recommend this book. This book is an amazing book. I recommend this book. It's called Money Master the Game, also by Tony Robbins. So you have Unshakable. Okay, I recommend Unshakable for if you are an entrepreneur, if you have a business, if you're thinking of getting into business, if you want to be a savvy investor, I recommend this book. And then this guy, Money Master the Game, this would really set you up when it comes to money. I promise you, by the time you've gotten through these 4 books, your thinking will be very, very, very different. You understand how rich people think. You understand how people in our society think and how they accumulate wealth. And then last but not least, I now have the more advanced level books. And the first one is The Intelligent Investor. This is an awesome book. Benjamin Graham is the author. This, I'm sure everyone knows this book because every investment company recommends that all their traders read this book. It's called The Intelligent Investor. It's a fantastic book to read. Please buy this book. This book's about 15 quid or 16 quid, but I assure you this will change the way you think. And then there is the...
Who's the author for the other one?
Yes, of this one, Benjamin Graham.
Okay.
Okay, Benjamin Graham. And then, ladies and gentlemen, the Bible on investing. Okay, written about the man himself, Warren Buffett. It's a book called Snowball. You can see, but I'll do one for the last. Already smiling because he knows this book. This is the Bible on investment. Okay, you do not. If you really want to be serious about investment, you must have this book with you. It's a big book to read, but it's only for serious people. Okay, it's called Snowball. I will not recommend either of these two books to you until you have read the previous ones. Okay, they are very, very good. These are advanced level books, but they are amazing books. They are easy reads, and you will finish this one in about a month. In about 3 weeks, you finish this one. In about 2 weeks, you finish this one. So they're not very big books per se, but the knowledge of the ages. These are advanced reads. Now, for more strategic reads, again, I'll recommend this book. Is by a guy called Robin Sharma, and it's called The Monk Who Sold His Ferrari. The Monk Who Sold His Ferrari. This is an awesome book. It's a very easy, light book to read, but these books get you to think like the rich. Okay, they get you to think like the rich. And my last recommendation is The Millionaire Fast Lane by M.J. DeMarco. Every investor knows this book. Every entrepreneur knows this book. All right? So these are my recommendations to you guys. Remember, your knowledge should not come.
Can you repeat the last one, please? You broke up. The Millionaire
Fast Lane.
Fast Lane, okay.
Yes, okay.
By?
Yes, it's by M.J. DeMarco.
M.J. DeMarco. Thank you very much.
If you type The Millionaire Fast Lane, I mean, all these books I've recommended to you guys, they are all bestsellers. They are all read. They are in the finance world. There is actually one more book. I don't have it here. I haven't bought it yet. And in fact, I'm going to buy it after this call. It's called FU Money. Okay, the book is called FU Money. And actually, if I pull up my Amazon account right now, and just give me 1 second, I'll pull it up. And I go to books on Amazon and just type FU Money. It's a very popular book. And yes, by Dan Lok, that's the one. Yes, it's £10 on Amazon. Okay, FU Money is £10 by Amazon. And I have it on my to-do list to buy this book. So I'm not going to procrastinate. I'm going to buy it now. Just give me 1 second. So you can see I'm now at checkout. And I bought it. So they're going to deliver it to my house on Monday. That's good. Yes, tomorrow. Good. So they're going to deliver the book to my house. It's called FU Money by Dan Lok. And FU Money kind of teaches you how to accelerate your money very quickly. Okay? If you want to know about which index funds are to invest in, this one, Master the Game by Tony Robbins will tell you which funds to invest in. He also talks about the commissions that these companies charge and how to avoid them. He also teaches you how to pay less tax when you're withdrawing your investment. It's a very good book to read. So those are my book recommendations. I hope you've all made notes of that. Please read, make yourself better. Remember, readers are leaders. So that is it for today. Does anybody have any questions? I'll hand back to Brother Rickman, and then we will call today's session a close. Before I do that, did anybody learn anything today? Can I see a wave of hands? Anybody learn anything? God bless you guys. God bless you indeed. God bless you guys.
Yes, indeed.
God bless you. I'm very glad that you have learned something. All right. Okay. Before I hand over to our real one to round this up, let me ask some questions. How do you invest, and what would you like to invest in? Just tell me how you think you're going to invest. Have what you learned today, or better still, tell me what you've learned today. Brother Maxwell, let's go with you first. What have you learned today? Keep it nice and short, please, so I can call somebody else as well. Brother Maxwell, I can see you. Your microphone is muted. Okay, Brother Maxwell is shy.
No.
Go on, go on.
Yeah, you have to invest in stocks and bonds.
Okay.
Anyway,
All right, so you've learned today how to invest in stocks and bonds. Okay, that's good. Sister Ibele, what have you learned today? I'm picking on you this morning, this afternoon.
Yeah, I've really learned that you don't need so much money to invest. With the little you have to invest, and you can start now. You don't need to wait.
That's fantastic. That's fantastic. Like I demonstrated on the compound interest graph, the calculator, you don't need a lot of money to invest. You don't even need a lump sum. Notice that we didn't have a lump sum. It's just the monthly accumulations. And if you do that, now, Sister Ibele, imagine if you started investing when you are 19 years old.
Oh God.
My point. Imagine if you started investing at 19 years old. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what the rich teach their children. And the poor doesn't. Are you with me? I will prove it. Do you know, ladies and gentlemen, that the richest family in Italy 300 years ago is still the richest family in Italy today? Let me say that again. The richest family in Italy 300 years ago is still the richest family in Italy today. So you can imagine how they have kept that wealth, and they have trained their children on how to grow the wealth. Not just how to manage what they have, but how to grow it. That's 300 years later, they are still the richest family in Italy today. The richest families in China, from the time of the Ming Dynasty, which was like nearly 600 years ago, are still the richest families in China today. Okay, so that's what that means, learning. So imagine if you have started investing when you are 19, you would have retired today. Because when do you retire? You retire when your investments are generating enough money for you that it's paying your expenses. Am I correct? That's when you retire. That's when your job becomes redundant. When your investments are paying you enough money to maintain you. So which means if you retire when, let's say Sister Ngozi's monthly expenditure is £2,000 and your investments are generating £5,000 for you every month, is there a reason to go to work?
Absolutely no.
There isn't. That is when you retire. Okay, God bless you, God bless you. So Sister Ngozi, what have you learned today?
I've learned how to invest, especially with the issue of having different accounts, and how to apportion your funds to those different accounts, and at what point you should use those funds. Especially when one thing that actually caught me was when you said that after 2 years of having your emergency funds, and you now take the excess, okay, and then put into investments.
Correct.
And also that at the end of the month, whatever is left in your current account, you move it to your savings or to your investments.
Yes, into my savings, yes. So now let's say my employer pays me on the 25th of every month. On the 24th of every month, I know that all my monthly direct debits and whatnot have gone. How many of us keep a track of when every direct debit leaves our account? All expenditures is gone. I know that I'm getting money the next day. Yeah. So whatever is left in my current account, I move it out to our savings account, into our emergency fund, so that fresh money comes in. And then we use that over the course of the month. And then whatever is left there, just before we get paid, we move that into our emergency fund. Okay? God bless you. God bless you. Let me call somebody else. Brother Mulero. Yeah, the biggest Mulero of them all. Is he there?
Hi, Pastor. Hi, sorry.
Oh, good.
He's barely sitting.
I was trying to feed my stomach.
Oh, okay. Oh, so basically you're investing
in my stomach. I've been investing in my stomach.
Okay, so what has been your major?
Mulero, you can't do that again. No, there's a little process now.
Okay, so what has been your major takeaway from today?
No. I think to be honest, this is more of a just a general information for me. It's something I've been doing for the past years myself, investing. So it was good to to get more more knowledge and information generally. So I will be setting up an investment for my little daughter. So she's jumping in straight away.
Fantastic, fantastic. That is good. That is very good. And just to that's very good to note. And just to point you in that direction very quickly, if you jump onto Vanguard or Vanguard, I recommend Vanguard not because I'm being paid for them, but I recommend Vanguard because their fees are not 0.01%. Okay, they are the lowest in the market.
Well, you can for Vanguard, your employers cannot pay for contribution to Vanguard.
Sorry?
Your employer cannot make contribution to your Vanguard.
To your Vanguard?
Yeah, to your Vanguard seat.
Are you sure?
Well, you have to be a business owner or a limited company.
Yes, I kind of saw that as well, Pastor.
Okay, all right. Okay, so my SIP is with H&L. Are you with me? Hargreaves and Lansdowne.
Yeah, they should offer employees.
Yes, Hargreaves and Lansdowne offer employment contribution.
Okay, so try them. Try because I know with Hargreaves and Lansdowne, yes, you can do that. And because I'm self-employed, are you with me? And I own my company as well. You can yeah. So yeah. Vanguard as an organization trades as a non-profit, so they may have different rules. Are you with me? And this is why their commissions are very low. They trade as a non-profit, but all the others like H&L and all the rest lot, they are all commercial companies. Now, I would have been with Vanguard if I had known about Vanguard before I signed up with H&L. So I've been with H&L for at least 5-6 years now. And I didn't know about Vanguard. I only found out about Vanguard like 3 years ago. That's why all my accounts are not with Vanguard. But I recommend Vanguard because they're cheap. Now, I know one thing you can do for your little one, for the little princess, and definitely you must do, and in fact, I was going to announce something in church, but we do that some of the time, is that you can set up what is called a junior ISA.
Yeah.
Okay, you can open up a junior ISA. All right, now, okay, I'll tell you guys now. In the past, what we did in Friends Parish during the naming ceremonies, we used to collect a fund and give it to the parents. Do we remember? For those of us who have witnessed it, we all collect and give it to the parents and say, use this, go and put it in an account. And I've been following up on many of these families over the years. And what I found out is that the parents normally spend that money. So going forward, and thank God we have a beautiful princess born unto us. God to God be the glory. Okay, going forward, we as a church, okay, we're actually gonna have that set up. We're working with the parents, obviously. Okay, so we'll get the parents to actually open up a junior ISA, and then whatever we give during the naming ceremony will go into that ISA, as opposed to giving it to the parents and to spend, which is something that I've had on my mind for the last year and a half now. I said going forward, that's what we will do. So now, imagine if a child has money already in the child's account from when they are born, they will not need the money until they are 18. Imagine how much the money would have accumulated. Remember compound interest. So it means that when the time comes for our little darling, okay, our little darling Princess Mulero to go to Harvard University, her parents do not need to go and start looking for money. Do you see the thinking now? This is how the rich think. They open top trust funds and little accounts for their children when the children are born. And they put money in it over the years and it accumulates. Okay, when it's time for the Mulero family to go to Disneyland, right, and they all want to go, they will not just be looking for money. There's already money saved up. Are we together? God bless you, Brother Mulero. So let me call somebody else. Okay, I'm not sure who this person is, say male or female. Forgive me, but I suspect she's female. The name is Tanik. Is it Tanik? Tiankhe. Hello, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Hey, God bless you, my darling sister. God bless you. So what's your name?
Tiankhe.
TNK. Oh, fantastic.
Yes.
TNK. I love that actually. It sounds. So forgive me. What does TNK mean? I'm curious. It sounds lovely.
Thank you. It means answer.
It means answer. Oh my God.
Yeah.
That's amazing. I'm gonna save that. Sorry, TNK. You haven't trademarked that, have you?
No.
Just like Beyonce and Jay-Z did with Blue Ivy. You know that name is trademarked. So you can't.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, okay, Tianke. I'm gonna make a note of that. I like that name. All right, so my darling sister, I noticed that you've been with us for a while. What has been your main takeaways today?
I think the main thing that I've learned today is particularly the thing about having 3 separate accounts. So I didn't know that you have to have, like, that's not something I knew before. And like what you said, you have to make sure you have 3 times what you need in a month in your savings account before you can open one for investments. So I think that was very interesting for me, and that's one thing I've learned today.
That's good. That's good. God bless you. God bless you. Thank you for sharing that. Just a very good example. There have been times in my life when I've been unemployed for 3 months and 6 months. Are you with me? And nobody knows Pastor's unemployed. There have been times when my wife has been unemployed for 6 months. Just because she was changing careers, and nobody knows. It's not obvious in the lifestyle. Why is that? Because we have an emergency fund. Are you with me? That keeps the lights on in case of emergencies. The emergency fund that makes sure that we can still buy fuel in our cars. Are you with me? That we can still, go to Asda and buy food. So it's not about living from hand to mouth. It's not wise to live from hand to mouth. How do I know this? Jesus said, the 5 virgins in the parable of the virgins who didn't have oil, Jesus referred to them as what? Foolish. If you're living from hand to mouth, it is not wise. You need to have a cushion, a financial cushion. Build it up. Remember, we make hay while the sun shines, don't we? Exactly. We don't eat all our harvest. We put a little bit aside, okay? Because winter is coming. Whether we like it or not, winter will come. God bless you. God bless you, guys. Guys, it has been an absolute amazing time today. I'm really glad, and thank you to everybody who has joined us. Thank you for everyone who has stayed this long. I didn't plan for this to be this long, but I'm really grateful to God that everybody has really benefited today from this. I just want to make sure that there are no other questions. Please, if you do have a question, please don't be shy. Don't be shy. Ask. Nobody knows all of these things. We are not taught finance management in school. Okay, parents don't know these things, so they can't pass it along to us. We're lucky to have picked this up over the course of our life. So if you do have a question, don't be intimidated. Ask. It will be answered. So on that point, I'm going to hand back to Brother Mulero, our real one Mulero, and so what you can always do is round it all up for us, and then we'll give it a prayer. I want to pray.
Thank you very much, Pastor, and yeah, thank you everyone for tuning in. It's been a long 4 hours, and myself as well. I've learned a lot from everyone's contributions, and I hope the key takeaway is the power of compound interest, and I hope we can, it's about putting this into practice. You can learn all this information, but we need to put it to use. And the great thing about being a church family is that we can all come together and ask each other questions, and don't feel like it's a question feels stupid. For example, like every question is welcome, and we meet up every other day, so we can have these conversations anytime, and we will definitely be having more of these sessions, whether it's quarterly or monthly even. Just let us know what sort of areas of finance you want to know about. But yeah, I think Pastor, if you want to round up, give us a close in prayer.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I started off with a question, so I'm going to end now with the same question. Which would you choose? £1 million now, or 1p that doubles every day for 30 days? What would the answer be? Stangosi, now you tell me.
1p.
You take 1p. Now, to the untrained man, people would have thought you're nuts. Now, why would you give up £1 million for 1p that doubles itself every time every day for 30 days. So which means that if you can get 100% returns on a 1p investment, in 30 days you have 5 million. That is the power of compound interest. So ladies and gentlemen, I want to challenge everyone on this call. Okay, I want to challenge. My aim and my vision is to encourage everybody to be as wealthy as you possibly can, because it will be to the glory of God. Okay, so I want to ask everybody, in the next 20 years, how many of us can aim to be millionaires in 20 years?
Yeah, definitely.
All the hands are up. Can you see what I'm saying now? If you've never thought about how it could happen, let me ask you today, can you in 20 years aim that in 20 years time you will be a millionaire? Can you do that? Or should I ask, because most of the hands here went up, should I ask the question, who's going to be the first millionaire in Friends Parish?
I think they're already potential.
There's many candidates.
Man like Reels.
Many candidates for that position. Okay, so
ask one last question.
Yes, go ahead.
Do you have more than one index fund account, or is this advising you just have one?
You can invest in as many index funds as you like. Are you with me? Now, in fact, one of the reasons I advise people to invest in index funds rather than buy individual stocks is because index funds outperforms individual stocks. It normally does in the long run. And then your risk is lower if you buy an index fund, because remember, you're buying into multiple companies than just one. Now, if you buy into one company and the company fails, your stock can lose value. Are you with me? But if you buy into an index fund, remember, an index fund is a list of the top 500 performing companies. So like take the S&P 500, for instance. So which means if one of them start to perform lowly, another company is automatically put in the list that replaces it. Does that make sense? But that list will always have the top performing 500 companies in the United States, or the FTSE 100 is the top 100 performing companies in the UK. So you can have investments in both. Okay. So there are specific markets that target different industries. There's agricultural industries that will give you and there are indexes for the top 100 or top 500 agricultural companies. There's the NASDAQ that focuses on IT companies. Are you with me? There's the Dow Jones that cuts across various sectors in America. Okay, that looks at top performing companies in there. So the different market, the different index funds you can buy into. You can invest in all of them if you have the funds. Remember, you must have the funds to invest. So if you put enough money in all of them, if they all do very well, then that compound interest we calculated for one fund could actually be multiple ways. That is how the rich make money. Okay, this is why you see rich, wealthy people read Financial Times. They are looking for information about companies. Okay, so before I pray, I'm going to say something I said to the two Muleros on this call. I had a conversation. I had a conversation with them, and I want to share this with everybody, just to bring everything we've learned together now together, as in a very real life example. Bra Maxwell, hopefully you're with me on this one. Now hear this, everybody. Now, a few months ago, from the beginning of COVID-19, there is one word that has been mentioned from the beginning of this year that you have gotten word on WhatsApp, you have gotten WhatsApp messages, you have got all kinds of messages and talks about it. Even your people in Nigeria know about it. Can anybody tell me what it is?
Bitcoin?
Nope, not Bitcoin. Nope.
Bitcoin.
Go on, anybody? If you have got messages about it on WhatsApp. People have been talking about how evil it is. Aha, now.
Oh,
5G technology.
5G.
5G. Thank you very much. 5G. Okay, 5G. Now, okay, good. Grandma, So I want everybody to put what I'm about to say to you. This is how the rich think that the poor doesn't. And I want us to get it. We've all been talking about 5G. My father in Nigeria called me to warn me about 5G. Years old. And he was telling me about how 5G is the devil, that I should go and look around my house if there is any masks there, that I should call the authorities, I should protest, I should pull it down. And I was saying to this man that, remember that I work in IT, I should be telling you about 5G. And he was arguing with me about 5G. So, but here's where I'm going with this. Ladies and gentlemen, if there is, now whether 5G is killing people or 5G is not killing people, whether 5G is the beginning of the Antichrist or not, I'm not going to go into all those sort of conversations. But there is one thing we know about 5G. We're not talking about what we don't know now. We know only one thing about 5G. Should I tell you what that is? We know that 5G is coming. Is that correct?
Yes.
Whether we like it or not, 5G is coming. And we know that in the next 10 years, because of 5G, the world is not going to be the same. The world is going to change drastically from what it is today. That's not what it's going to be in 10 years' time. For those who don't know, as you know, I work in IT, and I can tell you the whole self-driving cars, self-driving vehicles are waiting for 5G technology. That's all they're waiting for. And then we're going to have self-driving on the road. So where am I going with this narrative? Now, a smart investor would ask themselves the question, which companies are the main players of 5G? Are we together? Because those companies' stock is going to go up very high over the next 10 years. Remember, demand is what grows stock. Which products are going to be using 5G? We know that Apple is going to release a whole new suite of mobile phones because 4G mobile phones, these ones you have, cannot run 5G. So there's going to be new iPads, there's going to be new Apple Watches, new AirPods, there's going to be new MacBooks. My car has got a 4G chip in it. So it means that the next variation of my vehicle, of my car, will have 5G chips in them. Which companies produce 5G? This is how an intelligent investor thinks. Who produces the 5G chips for Apple? Is it Apple? If it's Apple themselves, then you know their stock is going to go up very high. Because like what our real one has showed us, it means that Apple's cost, their operating cost will not spike, but they will produce new products, correct?
Yeah.
Good. But if Apple has to buy 5G chips from another company, then it means Apple's operating cost will go up. Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
For them to produce these new phones. And we know the new phones are coming out. So a savvy investor would ask these questions. Which companies are going to produce 5G chips? Which companies are going to dominate the market? Which products are going to use 5G chips? And which companies are going to back them? Those are the kind of questions a savvy investor should ask. How do you find the answers? Simply Google it. The same way you Google, how do you cook Nigerian fried rice? No, it's true. The same way you Google, or ask Alexa, she will tell you, Google it. You will get the information that you need. I am not going to mention any company names because I'm not trying to sell you any company stock. But I don't tell people what to do. I tell them how to learn so that they can do things themselves. In Friends Parish, we raise leaders. We don't raise followers. It's leaders. So I teach you how to fish, I don't give people fish. So an assignment for everybody here is go and do the research. Type 5G technology. Read up about it. Wikipedia will tell you about it. Wikipedia will also tell you which companies in the world produce 5G chips and which are the biggest producers of 5G chips. Then when you get the names of those companies, type the name of the company in Google and type stock next to it. Google will show you the graph, and Google will always show you the current within the last 1 day, because traders like the 1 day to see what it's doing. Change it to 5 years or 3 years and see what that company's stock has been doing over the last 3 years. Now, remember that in the last year to date, because of Corona, every company on the planet, their stock dipped. You know that, even Amazon. So that's why you look in the last 3 years, last 5 years, and see what it's been doing. Now, when you understand that, this is now where you now make a decision that, okay, I know this company is involved in 5G. Okay, and I know 5G is a big thing, and I know 5G is coming. So maybe it is worth buying some stock in this company. Just thinking. What about wheat? Wheat is one of the heaviest consumed agricultural food products in the world. But am I correct?
Well, I'm not. I don't have that information, I'm afraid, so I can't.
I thought you were an economist. So every economist knows that the most consumed food product on earth is wheat. Yeah, wheat is traded. So you can buy wheat if you know much about agriculture, or go just look at type wheat or cocoa. Look at the stock. Cocoa is in chocolate. It's in whatever things. So this is how we make decisions. Remember, there is no right or wrong. So long as the stock is profitable, so long as the company is making progress, you can invest in them. One company is not better than the other, so long as they are. Do we understand, everybody? Before you put your money into anything, rule number one, don't invest in what you don't know or what you have researched. Research it. And then please, as you can tell, there is a lot of people in church, are you with me, who are savvy. Don't be ashamed to ask questions. We are a family. We have not invited the outside to talk to us today. Ask questions, please. Well, but people that ask questions don't get lost. Okay, so ask questions, and I pray the Lord will help us in Jesus' name. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been an awesome time. Thank you so much for joining us today. I really hope that you are blessed. Remember, the books I recommended to you are so that you can grow. Your greatest investment is in yourself. Remember that. Sister Ngozi, you can start investing £3,000 a month. It is possible. And the way to do that is for you to first invest in yourself, and then you get a higher paid job that pays you more, correct? And then your greatest investment is not in a different company. The more you invest in yourself, the more your capacity to earn. The more your capacity to earn, the more money you can put aside. Okay? And my bonus tip to everybody, which is the last rule, number 5, always live below your means.
Always live below your means.
Does that make sense?
Cut your coat according to your size.
Always live below your means. Because you can buy it does not mean you can afford it. Always live below your means. And I'm sure if you have thought about everything I've spoken today, you will agree with me that all these principles teach you to live below your means.
Yeah.
You must have 3 months worth of savings, and then you want to start investing. So if you're spending everything, are you with me? It's not going to work. Sometimes my wife and I, we don't have date nights. We just eat here. Are you with me? We don't go out to restaurants every week.
Or go and lodge out there for a month.
Order in every week. We don't do that. So it's important, live below your means. Because when you have money aside, then you can buy stuff. You can buy assets. Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
Okay. So ladies and gentlemen, God bless you. God bless. I'd like to end with a word of prayer. I'd like to end with a word of prayer just to bless today's gathering. Father in heaven, we thank you and we honor your name for today. For everything you taught us today. We thank you, Lord, because you are the way maker. Know that wisdom doesn't come from this earth. We know that everything we have learned today does not mean that we will go ahead. That we will progress. Because Paul may plant, Apollos may water. That brings increase. If you do not bless our investments, we've only wasted our time. So we give you the glory. Lord, we ask for the knowledge you have given us. Let it grow within us.
Amen.
Let it yield much within. Let it help us grow in the name of Jesus. Give us the wisdom that we need to see opportunities around us. Opportunities that will move us forward in the name of Jesus. Lord, we commit all our investments into your hands right now. I pray for everyone that has got a business. I've got for everyone that has got investments in one form or the other. I cover them all with the blood of Jesus.
Lord of Jesus.
I pray that you that brings growth and increase, bless the works of our hands, bless our investments to God in the name of Jesus. Amen. We give you the glory in Jesus' name. Thank
Amen.
you for your time. We all pray, and everybody says,
Amen.
Amen. Thank you for your time today. God bless you. God bless you indeed. It's been a blast being with you today. And ladies and gentlemen, I believe very strongly in my heart that on this call there are going to be millionaires. I believe that very strongly. I believe that you do. Okay, now can you see all the faces that you're looking at on this call right now? Amongst these faces, there are going to be millionaires. I know that.
Amen.
And I pray in the name of Jesus, so shall it be in Jesus' name. Please, God today, don't put it under your bed. Please don't. Put it to practice. I have just shown you what your future can possibly look like. If something that your future could look like if you did something, would you continue doing it? Consistency is key. And that's
consistency.
What is important. So you've started, carry on with it, please. And I pray that on this call, I promise you, I'm your pastor. I believe from the very bottom of my heart that you will be a millionaire. And you will still said so. You will be a millionaire. You do the work. I will remain on prayer in place of prayer for you guys to make sure that the work of your labor does not fail, that the devourer does not steal it. That is my responsibility as the pastor of the church. But please grow with this knowledge and be consistent, and it will be well with you in Jesus' name. I love you all very much. God bless you. Have a wonderful time, everybody. God bless you. Thank you.
Bye. See you tomorrow.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you.